Okay. Morning, everyone. 8:32, January 7th. The first regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of the year. We have first on the agenda, we have public comment. Prior to public comment, I just want to state that if you are here to discuss, which probably will take place around, I think we can probably get to it by 9:30, the consideration of, looking for the resolution number, my apologies. Resolution 2513 rescinding 98-181. I am gonna allow, it's not a public hearing, but I am gonna allow public comment during that item so that it can be informed by the presentation from Peter on the resolution. So you're welcome to make a comment on that now if you'd like, or wait. That said, I'm gonna open it up for public comment.
If you're online and you would like to give public comment, please raise your hand. Nope, we do have one person raising their hand, Joanne. Okay, Joanne is rejoining as a panelist currently. Hi, Joanne, you can go ahead.
Good morning. Please state your name, roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
You might have to unmute.
Is she mobile?
Try that. There. Good
There we
morning.
go.
There you
see ya.
are.
I found the right microphone. Good morning. This is Joanne Sorensen. I live in Dumont, Colorado. I sent a message to the commissioners respectfully requesting that this item be tabled because there was a lot of background information that wasn't immediately available regarding all of the resolutions relating to public roads. So I just wanted to reiterate that request. I did receive documents yesterday. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for sending those. But I think that there's a lot of detail that ought to be considered before absolutely rescinding the historic roads resolution. So I'm just reiterating that request. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands up?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Who would like to start?
I'll start by acknowledging we got some written correspondence for public comment from Marilyn Lundberry about the county coroner and from Joanne and Amy Hunt concerning historic roads. That's it.
Yeah. I don't have much of an update. It was a fine holiday season. And got through it in good order this year, and I hope everybody else did too. And I really don't have much to offer beyond that as well, in the interest of keeping the meeting short.
Yeah, I don't really have anything for you. It was nice to take a little bit of time off. We did have just one thing. Brian and I met with Kurt, and I'm forgetting his last name, with CSU Extension to discuss a match between what their interests are and what our interests are. They do offer, if we choose to have a CSU Extension program, 80% salary matching. I think it's something that I'd like to discuss this year. Kurt Jones, thank you. There's a chance that they have programs that match what we're already doing and there's some cost savings, or there's a chance that we can figure out how to do a slight service expansion somewhere. So just want to let you all know that. I think the next step is Brian is going to meet with Kurt and really kind of dig into that menu and prepare a work session sometime in second quarter. And we'll see where that goes. Other than that, yeah, it was a nice holiday. I also, just because it is the last meeting with Randy and Mitch, just want to briefly express some gratitude to both of you. Randy, it's been a long time in office. We've gone through a lot. I've appreciated having you next to me here. And Mitch, it's been a shorter time, and you showed up in kind of an awkward role and have been really thoughtful and read all the materials, and I'm grateful for your time here. That's all for me.
Good morning.
County
My
manager
list
updates.
is- Sorry,
County manager updates.
good morning. My list is also short. Happy New Year. Two items. One, just a heads up, we are holding an orientation for our two new county commissioners next Monday. And also doing their swearing in at 8:30 a.m. in this room. We're gonna put them through the ringer all day on Monday. Taking them around to different sites, et cetera, to learn about various operations, focus of our divisions, et cetera. So, just wanted you to know that's happening. And then also, we have rescheduled our holiday party that, unfortunately, we had to cancel last month due to the power outage. It is going to be next Thursday, 11:30 a.m. Mitch, Randy, I know the fact you will probably won't no longer be on the board, but certainly it's a rescheduled event from December, and so would welcome your attendance at that event. So again, 11:30 here in this building, we'll be doing a rescheduled holiday lunch for our team, just kind of celebrate the work of the last year. So, and finally, just thank you, Randy. Thank you, Mitch, for your service. It's been wonderful working with both of you. Thank you, Randy, for being on that board that gave me the opportunity to sit in this chair. And enjoyed working with you both. And hopefully that will continue in some capacity moving forward. So thank you for your service.
Got it.
Which
No
Thursday?
problem.
Next Thursday,
Okay.
this coming Thursday, the 16th.
Okay, thank you. Communications update, Megan Heiler.
Hi there. Just wanted to remind everyone that is watching that the county is now operating on new hours. We are now open Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:00 p.m. in the afternoon. So if you have something that you have to get done at the county, please come in at those times. Also, good news, the transfer station will be changing their hours back to their extended hours starting in February. That'll be Wednesday through Saturday, 8 to 4. So I know that was a big deal for a lot of people. So if you need to get your trash or recycling or anything like that, you can now do that on extended hours coming up in February. And that's all I have. I just also want to say thank you to the commissioners. Oh, and oh my gosh, Randy's party is on Thursday. So anybody that is interested in coming to honor Randy, please come. That will be Thursday at Tommyknocker at 6 p.m. Open to all. I'm going to be there, so everybody should come.
Last I heard was 6:30, but 6, is that right?
Yeah.
6 o'clock is when I'm going. So yeah.
Okay.
So everybody's
Perfect.
invited. There'll be food, fun, and you can give Randy a hug and thank him for his service. I know I'm going to, so. And Mitch, of course, as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Just a quick comment on that. If you've attended these parties for commissioners that made it 8 years in the past, you'll notice this one is a little different. The county doesn't have the kind of money it used to. So, people will be largely buying their own drinks and food. We will have some snacks out.
Sure.
But it's the act of celebrating Randy that really matters here. And
Yeah.
so.
I was thinking a campfire in the woods would be fine myself.
Celebrating Randy is free, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
The
of
fact that you
course.
thought to do it. regardless of whether it's done in the past or not, you do it as I appreciate it.
And if anybody needs a reminder, I did put it on Facebook, and if you RSVP, your cell phone will get a reminder that the party's happening, so we do it that way too.
And, oh, yeah, it's county only or it's community? I mean,
It's both.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So like not organizational only, it's anybody.
Yep.
Friends and anybody else.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thanks.
Next, we have the opening of the sealed bid for the 2025 Clear Creek County legal newspaper. I don't think I actually have a sealed envelope
Yeah.
open, do I?
No, we had to open it to put it in your packet. So you have the 2024 pricing that they sent us at the end of 23. And you have the 2025 pricing that they sent us in December. It looks like the pricing remains the same. I just thought it was kind of interesting that subscriptions have gone up, but rack distribution has gone down. Anyway, I don't know what that means, but I thought that was interesting. So. And they were the only bid we received.
Thank you, and I think that is the action that has been opened. It's in the consent agenda to approve it. I noticed that the readership is going up too. I think that's a great thing. I think
Yeah.
it's awesome to have a local newspaper. Any other comment?
None.
Okay, let's do the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they want to remove from the consent agenda?
If you give me a second I did read it, but I just scanned through and I didn't think there was anything I really needed to hold.
I need to pull item N,
Which one?
resolution 2510, appointing certain members as alternate members. Opioid Council Region 10, just a slight change to the resolution.
Nope. Nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes from October 19th and 26th, November 10th, 16th, and 23rd, December 3rd, 7th, 8th, 14th, 17th, 20th, 21st, 30th. Item C, consideration of approval of 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes, December 10th, 13th, 17th, and 19th. Item D, consideration of approval of resolution 25-06, a resolution to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. Item E, consideration of approval of resolution 25-01, to approve the legal newspaper for Clear Creek County. Item F, consideration of approval of resolution 25-03, to recognize the designation of depositories. Item G, consideration of approval of resolution 25-04, resolution to revise the investment policy for Clear Creek County. Item H, consideration of approval of resolution 25-11, resolution authorizing the Clear Creek County Treasurer to make certain assignments, sales, or transfers of county-held certificates of purchase without prior board approval for calendar year 2024 through 2025. Item I, consideration of approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Clear Creek County Advocates for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. J, consideration of approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Clear Creek Rock House for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Item K, consideration of approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Clear Creek County District Attorney's Office for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Item L, consideration of approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Mount Evans Home Health and Hospice for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Item M, consideration of approval of final settlement of the construction costs associated with the PW 24-01 Floyd Hill Parking Area Improvements Projects, RME Ltd LLC, doing business as Elite Surface Infrastructure. Item N has been removed. And welcome.
So I move and then we could have a discussion afterwards, but I move that we approve the consent agenda as read with the removal of item N.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second discussion.
Yeah, there were a couple of things in here. I wanted to mention regarding the parking lot. I think it's important that people know because a lot of times we look and we've had public comment even in this last week about certain projects that we go forward with during a time when we're, undergoing fiscal responsibility measures. And they wonder why we're spending money on that. And I think it's with certain projects and certain initiatives that we have, it's important to note, and this is one of those, that we have dedicated funds for that purpose that come from a source that can't be used for anything else, like to solve other challenges that we have in the county. And in the case of this, that's in this particular case, that's it. This is an open space area. And to my knowledge, these funds are the funds that we're using for this can't be used to solve other problems that we have within the county. And as was, for example, the purchase of the open space area and the building of the bike park that was done with primarily with open space funds, grants from outside, and the participation of other partners who also help purchase the property and fund the project. So.
Nothing.
Just a comment from me. We are reappointing several people to the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau. Those interviews were made 2 or 3 months ago. We chose to appoint them for a 2-month term and then reappoint them for a full term. So that's why you're not seeing those interviews of those individuals.
Right.
And then I just want to point out that local government limited gaming impact fund dollars are coming back into Clear Creek. It's an important program for Clear Creek. Grateful to all of our partners that take the time to document the people that they serve who are impacted by gaming so that they may be reimbursed fully. And if anybody happens to be listening to this, I want you to know that that is an open opportunity to anybody who is serving people who are impacted by gaming. I don't have any else.
I just want to point out, because the board is aware, we felt quite behind in our minutes during the pandemic, given the fact that the board was meeting a couple times a day, I think.
Yeah.
That's an exaggeration, but if the board approves the consent agenda today, we are officially caught up with all of those minutes that we fell behind on. So
That's
I
great.
just want to point that out. Thank Beth for
Nice done.
getting on that. So.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Beth for everything that she has done to catch those up. But more importantly, everything that she did while she was unable to get them done before during the pandemic, because I don't think people understand that, like when we're holding, I don't blame them for not understanding. Let me say that the more meetings we have, the more transparent we are, the better government we can run. The fact is that as I look around the room, sometimes I'm sitting here as we're getting ready to start the room and I'll see between online and in the room, I'll see 14 different really critical staff and department heads and people like that in the room. It takes a long time to prepare for these meetings and a long time to download afterwards. And and so the number of meetings that we hold impacts the discretionary time that they have to get work done the rest of the week. And during and the reason I state that is that during the pandemic, we were literally meeting a few times a week. And it's really tough for staff to stay with that. And I appreciate all the work that Beth and others did to stay up with it during that time.
Thank you.
I want to add to that. Thank you for that, because there's work that happens to get here.
Mhm.
There's work that happens after the meeting.
Right.
And people don't.
And there's work in the meeting.
Yes.
So you lose about 3 days of time to hold a meeting for a lot of staff.
Time the work is getting done. So, yeah.
I'm not hearing anything else. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, aye.
Motion passes. So let's take up item N, consideration of approval of resolution number 25-10, a resolution appointing certain members and alternate members to the opioid council for Region 10, also known as the gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council, also known as the GROC. I have, I'm pulling this resolution up on my computer, just one minor change. It is the court system representatives that, and I just checked with Eric Butler, is an attorney for Jefferson County who advises the GROC. Per those bylaws, the GROC makes those appointments because it's It's one seat that three counties have to agree on. And so when we appoint our voting commissioner members, all of our voting members vote on the court system person. So the only change I want to make is to remove the the court, thank you, appointment from that resolution.
And
Mhm.
Commissioner, Chair Marlin, are you, just to confirm, we have it in two sections?
Mhm.
So we have the voting member and the alternate voting member. We had listed the alternate voting member as Judge Jones, who has previously been in that position. Do we want that removed as well until further guidance?
Yeah, I think not just the removal of the name, but the removal of
The title.
the item when it comes back next.
Definitely.
You do.
No slide on the people that are there, but just,
Right, I mean,
it's just
they-
not time to do it yet.
Yeah, they will be, the sense I have is that Jefferson County has nominated someone to be the primary. And that Cynthia Jones is interested in continuing to be the second. And we will verify those things and the GROC will make those appointments. So what we can do is nominate, and that's done in.
And then the other question I had is, as you know, in the resolution, there are two blank spaces, one for the city alternate voting member and the law enforcement alternate voting member. I can leave those blank until such time as the board has some candidates, and perhaps then we can do laws at the the court system at that time. If we need to bring it back with a name.
Yeah, and I don't think we will need to.
Okay.
I think that's just managed through GROC. If we have someone we want to nominate, we would do that informally through our appointees.
Okay.
So if the board is okay with approving resolution 2510 with the change of removing the court system seats in their entirety, I think I'd welcome a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve item number, resolution 2510, appointing certain members and alternate members to the opioid council with the removal of the court system appointee representative and alternate.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
No,
All in favor?
I,
Aye, motion passes. Okay, we are on to
Okay.
item 2. Consideration of approval of resolution number 25-13. A resolution rescinding R-98181, encouraging a process for access across private property via existing roads and driveways, supporting a balanced and judicious approach to including roads in the official county road system map, and reaffirming the board's authority over historical access roads and its right to assert jurisdiction over and to enforce public rights with respect to historic roads. I did state that I'm going to offer an opportunity for public comment if anybody wants it. That does not make this a public hearing. I am, first, I'm going to ask Peter to present on this resolution. I offered several edits, and Peter had asked me to describe them as well.
Sure. Happy to do so. So I had recommended that this resolution be brought to the board because I believe that R-98-181, which has been on the books obviously for more than 20 years.
26, yeah.
26, okay. It's causing some confusion, and in doing some research and going back and checking, I realized that there were subsequent resolutions relating to it. So in this resolution, you'll see in the whereas clauses, we provided essentially the history of 98-181, 99-77, which was a subsequent resolution trying to clarify and add a process relating to 98-181, and then ultimately another resolution 03-126, which rescinded 99-77's process, but did not
rescind 98-181, leaving the confusion somewhat out there. I reviewed the minutes of the various meetings, as well as any other historical documents we had, and recommend that we remove it because since 98-181 was adopted in 2000, I believe it was, it may have been 2001, we adopted an official township map that was recommended by the board at the time. And then subsequent to that, ultimately, in compliance with state statute, we adopted a county road map. And that became the official road list and map for the county. So 98-181 doesn't serve a purpose. It doesn't create or establish that roads not on our list are affirmatively public roads. To do that under law, you'd have to demonstrate some overt act to justify a road being a public road. And by simply randomly saying all roads, you're not really giving any historical knowledge or information relating to a particular road. Part of the reason back in 98 that the board at that time took the action was because you had random property owners just erecting fences along well-traveled roads. Even if they weren't declared part of the public system, they were just being put up. And so from that point, at that time, Road and Bridge used to just pull them down. But in order to stem essentially what was happening, the board passed 98-181 because there was a pretty rampant process. Additionally, it got to the point where there was a hearing process where a homeowner would come and speak to the Board of County Commissioners and demonstrate why it's a historical access road. And the board found itself being the arbiter of a number of these situations. So in going back all of this, as the board knows, I don't like to leave either unenforceable or random old resolutions that I come across out there. So I recommended and continue to recommend that we rescind this. Rescind that 98-181. The resolution that is in the packet, Commissioner Marlin had reviewed. I know the other commissioners had reviewed as well. Commissioner Marlin had some suggested edits. Some are simply stylistic language edits. But there are some significant or important additions that I would just mention. One is a whereas clause where it says, whereas county staff has developed a robust process to determine when the public status of a road can be reliably established by the board using objective criteria such as mineral survey, the Bureau of Land Management master title plats, county road maps, and historic maps created by the United States Geologic Survey. There were some other clarifications in that. In one of the whereas clauses where it talks about by adopting this resolution, the board is not making a determination that a road is only open for public use. If it's included in the road system, there was a slight edit there by saying that the board is not changing the legal status of any road in any way by taking this action. And that is true. 98-181 didn't create and doesn't create these public roads, so it's not taking them away either by rescinding it. And then much of the remainder of the edits and any other point in the resolution are really demonstrating what this current board's values and review of how we handle our roads is. You'll see that in or I should say the resolution clauses, what we call the resolved clauses, there's an addition that the board directs staff to investigate the status of any road not already determined to be public in the event that said road is blocked by a private property owner to inform the board of the results of that investigation. That's an important clause, and part of that and the addition of it is because the process that was supposed to be put in place back in 99 that never really occurred, there was no real follow-up that happened, notwithstanding some direction. So here this resolution is giving that. So any questions or clarifications you need from me at this point?
Thanks.
I saw Commissioner Houston looking, so I didn't know if he,
No, I had questions about the item you just described about investigating roads with gates, but you answered them.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open it up for public comment.
We do have one person raising their hand. Amy, I'm gonna promote you to panelist. Perfect. She is rejoining.
Should let me know. Good morning, Ms. Hunt. If you would please state your name, roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Amy Hunt, and I'm here today representing Ken and Christine Thiessen, who own mining claims in Clear Creek County along a zip trail, a road that in part does not appear on the county's road system list. The Thiessens purchased their first mining claim in 1999. At that time, Resolution 98-181 made clear that access roads to mining claims were public roads, and it was an acceptance by the county of their status as public roads. The Thiessens relied on this resolution in making further mining claim purchases, especially because their lots are zoned as buildable lots. 98-181 has been on the books for more than 25 years. Only now has the county decided there is confusion. However, public roads are vested public rights, and rescinding 98-181 upends settled expectations that the county will recognize and protect the property owners and the public's right to access mining claims and public lands via historic access roads. Rescinding Resolution 98-181 will take us back to a time when property owners will feel free to block roads and prevent the public from using roads that have been traveled for decades according to objective and uncontroverted facts. Moreover, adopting R-2503 will likely take many members of the public by surprise, this meeting having been scheduled immediately after a long holiday period. No notice to mining claim owners of this action has been provided, despite the fact that adopting Resolution R-2503 will have a significant impact on their ability to access their claims and the value of those claims. In addition, the resolution would require members of the public to make reasonable efforts to obtain legal access by obtaining necessary easements. This is an undue burden on the public and one that finds no support in the law. A public road does not require an easement to traverse it. Moreover, this requirement to take reasonable steps ignores the fact that some property owners will refuse to grant such easements. Case in point, the Thiessens have requested an easement from the Flennikens to allow them to use Zip Trail to access their mining claims, as they have done for decades. The Thiessens have received no response whatsoever to this request. The county's action will leave the Thiessens no choice but to litigate their right to a public road that was settled a long time ago. We urge the commissioners to vote against adopting Resolution R-2513. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Nope, no one else is raising their hand.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Peter, I just want you to confirm, one of the, I view as the core facts of this is that Resolution 98-181 did not change the status of any specific road in Clear Creek County when it was passed.
that is correct. That is my legal.
Okay. It was an assertion about historic roads without naming any specific roads or documenting any evidence about any specific roads.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Then let's, not hearing any other questions. Let's deliberate. Who wants to start with their opinion?
I think that it's good work that's been done. I don't disagree. Based on the conversation and the depth of it that we've had to date, I don't disagree with the premise about the value of previous value of 181 and whether it should be, whether it had value, it was rescinded. However, I do think that we have available to us, the ability to have conversation, like a work session with the people who actually went through a lot of meetings and had multiple ordinances in order to create it to begin with. And I think that's one area in which we can become better informed. I don't know that since we've gone this far and since it theoretically, according to the arguments we have now, doesn't affect anyone's ability to access their land or not, that's an assertion that we're making based on the information we have, then it doesn't seem like there's an urgency to it. And I think to respect Ms. Sorensen's comment that we have the ability to have a work session and a dialogue, an interactive dialogue with the people who created that to begin with, they're available to us, would be a worthwhile measure. I also don't think that the technical aspects of it would be beyond the grasp of the incoming commissioners to where the knowledge of the people that we have here now is so much greater that we'd be doing a disservice to the public by allowing the next two commissioners to be able to weigh in on that. And I realize that what it means, if we were to table this to a date to have that work session, to at least allow that conversation in the room and more than a 3-minute public comment, would be a valuable thing. I think it would be a good way to run government. And so for that reason, I'd recommend that we table this until a date. And it's not a discredit to any of the work. And I know it's frustrating for people who are working on this and believe that we should pass this resolution today. And it's not a discredit to any of Peter's work that he's done so far. It's just, I think there's one piece of work that could be done in probably about a 30-minute work session that would be valuable before passing this, because previous commission put so much work into it before they got there. And they're available to us, at least to have a representative or two in the room to have that work session and inform us so that we can pass this thing in good conscience. Or with competence, I'll say, not good conscience. That's a better word.
Yep.
I came in today ready to support this. I still feel that simplifying the process is important. I am willing to consider supporting Randy's approach of tabling it. But I don't see as much value as he does. But I don't have as many historic roads to work with.
Yeah, I think when I looked around the room and realized the staff and the people and commissioners that we have here, my reason for stating this is I realize that all of us, including myself, I was around and recall it going down and had some thoughts about it, but I didn't engage in the process. And as I look around, I realize we're all coming from a perspective that wasn't there without that historical perspective. And I think just a dialogue with those folks, the opportunity for that dialogue in a public meeting would be helpful.
I came in prepared to pass this resolution as well. However, my sense of this is complicated work. It's really clear that it's something that we need to finish. And you're right, the new board can, if they choose to make this a priority, wrap their heads around it and make an improvement to policy here. I do think there's an acute need to improve policy here. And I hope if what we do is table it, that the new board will make it a priority. I don't think it's a matter of a 30-minute work session.
Might be more.
I think it's gonna take it might take a few hours of board time. And that's okay. We all sign up for these jobs to think about important issues, and so I can live with, I don't know if the appropriate action is to table it or to not pass it, because I think what we might see is a different resolution ultimately get passed. But that's a minor technicality.
I think the work Peter's done here is good work. So rather than not pass it and start over, my feeling is that we're adding another step towards the consideration of this. If it decides it needs to be crafted and edited, it can. Even if we just table it, it can be taken back to the drawing board based on the outcome. There may be edits to it, just as you just made edits to it. And I think we can get there. And the two things I would state is that I was also prepared to pass this until about 48 hours ago, I thought. And then as I read Joanne's letter and I thought about that context, I realized I really haven't heard that view in those contexts from those people. That's number one. And my encouragement, the other thing I'd say is I would be encouraging and hoping that the new county commission would absolutely take this up because it's unfinished work on the table at this time. And by tabling it, it comes back up.
Two things, just one, I want to, for the record, confirm that public comment is closed.
Oh, thank you. Public comment is closed.
Well, you actually thank Beth.
Thank Beth.
And then secondly, if there is no motion on it, you can just fail to take action and that is what the record will reflect. And there's no obligation to bring this up at a particular time. You can leave that to the new board to determine.
If this is picked up at a later time, I'd suggest we take a look at notice and make sure that we've done an adequate job.
Yes, and just so you're aware, we notwithstanding what was said in public comment, this has been placed on the agenda. That is the proper notice required for this. The resolution itself was even included in the backup, which is not required. So there, in my opinion, was proper notice.
Thank you.
But we certainly could send out communications.
And the board has enhanced its notification policy when we're changing the status of roads. We did that in a work session in the fall. Or maybe it was an action session. We decided not to take action and asked staff instead to send a specific piece of mail to the impacted property owners. Just a couple thoughts from me and what we're trying to construct here. I did take the time to read through the minutes and all of the resolutions. And for one reason or another, I have spent a lot of time thinking about this policy. What's one of the things that's clear to me is that this is unfinished work, right? Resolution 98-181 was passed. They realized, the board at the time realized they needed a process. They passed a resolution with a process. That process began to be abused. They rescinded the process. In the minutes of that meeting, a staff member told the board that they would bring back a new process in 2 weeks so that they could settle this and have a meaningful process. That never happened. And we saw a board turnover and a new board take different priorities and this largely be forgotten about for 20 years. So that the reason I'm kind of giving that background is because I really do think it's important for us to kind of land the plane here and have some policy with some clarity. Resolution 98-181 did two things. It confused the public about the status of their roads. We've got people looking at buying properties and realtors are showing them this and saying, yeah, this is a public road. Look at this resolution, when that's not factual. And it put a chilling effect on the blocking of roads, and that was their intent. They didn't want roads to be blocked. It's clear this board doesn't want roads to be blocked. I anticipate the future board will not want roads to be blocked. It's an even more important issue in the mega fire era, to make sure that we can get on these roads.
Get out of there, get in there.
Get in and get out. Talked to a property owner just the other day about his fear that a road would be gated on a house that he built in a time when the county was allowing people to build homes without having to show that they had public access. I think like the intent in finding a viable replacement for resolution 98-181 should be to clarify the confusion about the status of roads.
Right.
And to continue to do what we can with the policy tools that we have to discourage and make it hard to block these roads that whether it's on the road map or not, many of these roads are likely to be determined public in a setting where you can take testimony under penalty of perjury, do cross-examination, etc. It makes sense that the staff believes and was talking to former Commissioner Sorensen about some of the hearings that they had. This is not the right venue to take that kind of testimony as fact or try to derive fact from that kind of testimony. And so we have to look at other tools. One of the things that's clear to me is that what they were doing between 1998 or 1999 and 2003 was not a good use of the public's time or a meaningful public service. What they were, of course, they were trying to respond. I don't mean that as a critique. They were trying to respond to a real live issue and a lot of conflict in the community. So I'm kind of rambling here. I do have some next steps in mind. First, my question of you two is, how do you view the edits that I proposed? Do you think that those are worthwhile and sort of moving forward into this keeping in this conversation?
I thought they tightened the language. I liked them. The final one you put in still bugs me a little bit, but not enough to ask you to consider changing it.
Okay.
Fine. I don't think that was an issue. The issue for me was process that we used to come. And if we're still left with an imperfect landscape, we need to have a conversation about how to make it more perfect. And I think that when this changes, rescinds, whatever, it could be that we end up right back where we are and simply rescind, or that a future board does. The reason I do suggest tabling rather than just letting it die for lack of emotion. And the reason is I want to encourage, I don't want to reach from the grave. I want to respect the future board enough and their rights to put this decision in their hand with I think a little greater and broader perspective than we have today. And we can improve the process that we're doing. I think to try to get to that bottom line of what do we do to replace what this was trying to do? How do we achieve the original intent of this, or some of the original intent of it? Is to improve it so that when we change it with something that's better, rather than just dropping it and falling back into the same old thing and letting that fall into on the back shelf somewhere at the bottom of the pile that doesn't get addressed for years. When we address this, I'd like to see it. I would hope that a board would address it in a way that makes things better and gets there. So we set it on their plate, and then I have a very great amount of confidence in you as a continuing board member to make the case that this is something that needs to be on the list of things to get done. And I have enough, knowing the other people, I have enough respect for their responsibility and intelligence to believe that they'll see that and take it up and take care of the work on the table. Because there's other work we're leaving a lot of work behind, and they're going to get it.
You can even be a little firmer if you want, Randy. You can just direct them to schedule a work session.
We sure can.
I mean, this is your opportunity.
Schedule it now.
So, okay, and just for the benefit of the
I'm trying to be
public,
nice. I want to escape this building for the last time without going out under a hail of gunfire.
I think it's too late for that. The intent of that resolution, the additional resolution directing staff to investigate the status of any road not already determined to be public in the event that said road is blocked, and inform the board of the results of that investigation, is really to sort of make sure that the public knows and that staff has clear direction that we're not on the side of blocking roads. And if someone chooses to block a road, we're going to take our best effort to see if that's a public road and whether we can declare it a public road and restore access. And those are the kinds of policy things that I think are sort of create a viable alternative.
I'd encourage you to work on the language so it clearly reads what you just said.
Yeah.
Because I read it and I see you're micromanaging staff. You're telling them to go out and do things in report.
Not to do it, but how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. So I think like some other things that I've thought of, one is I want to encourage staff to just reach out to former Commissioner Sorensen and spend a half hour with her. I think when this resolution comes back up, between 2003 and today, staff has created a robust process for determining using objective data whether a road is public or not. They have created an SOP. This resolution could refer to that SOP as an addendum. And I think that would go a long way to strengthen it for members of the public to sort of have a map on their own for here's the kinds of things you can look for if you're trying to make a case on a road. I did my best to create in a whereas, the list of resources that people can go out and look for and use, that could possibly be added to. I don't know that it's exhaustive. I don't know that it has to be exhaustive, but it could be added to as another sort of, if tool for members of the public who are impacted. And then there's a really interesting clause in Resolution 181, which is saying that you need a permit to put a gate over a road. And I've done a little bit of investigating with staff. I'm not sure that clause in that resolution has fully made it into whether it's our land use code, our building code, our road design manual. And so I'd like staff to spend a little bit of time thinking about how those three tools or any other tools, like basically other regulatory authorities, might be used to prevent that negative impact to public safety that arises when a road is blocked. So those are some kind of next step things that I have in mind, if the board supports those, sort of to bring forward to what I think is probably most appropriately a work session.
I think in a work session, I don't think that I think to pre-inform the discussion with stuff that is a little too specific it presumes their value before we get into the discussion and add nuance. And I'll just give you an example that I had in York Gulch when I bought a piece of property up there. I bought a piece of property, Clear Creek Mowsey. Well, let me back up. There were realtors and there were companies that were owning land up in the York Gulch, but when most of the lots up there were sold off through those organizations, and they had an agreement with the Forest Service to take any existing Forest Service road, any existing road recognized by the Forest Service or trail, and improve it and use it for access and driveways so that they could viably sell that land with legal access. The Forest Service granted them that opportunity. So they bought all of their real estate agents, Jeep Cherokees, Grand Cherokees, and had them just go around and start driving on the ground wherever they needed to get to a property where there wasn't a road, until they created something that looked like you couldn't distinguish it from an old historic road or not. You couldn't figure it out. You couldn't tell because you're just looking. The Forest Service didn't even have a good feel for which ones were real or not. And certain people put up gates and had to eventually in order to prevent that from happening. It was kind of a Wild West scene up there. So making sure that nobody can put a gate on the road without going through a giant process is a little bit onerous when people generally have the right to put a gate up on their driveway. And when people are cutting across other people's land when they're out of town and then creating these situations and getting the Forest Service to recognize it, that's unlikely to return, but it was on, 30 to 40 years ago really wasn't that long ago. And a lot of those things, but it's hard to keep up with everything. We've got a lot better aerial photos now. We've got things like that. I'm just stating a kind of thing that can happen if we're not careful how we do it. It has to be subject to a robust discussion about what the implications of a change like that means. And I agree with it totally that we shouldn't be allowing people to gate off people's legitimate access to their historic access to their properties, but to be able to get to the property, whether they can develop it or not is something else. But I just want to throw it out as an example.
Are you okay with asking staff to look into that sort of
Yeah.
with that nuance in mind?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I took so long to state that. I just wanted to.
Peter, what do you recommend as the action here? Do you recommend tabling to a date certain? Do you recommend not taking action?
My suggestion, just for the record, is that the item fails for failure to receive a motion or that the board is taking no action. As long as it's like that.
If we want to offer direction to you to bring this back in a work session, what's the right timing?
With the new board.
Yep.
Mhm.
Bring it up. I mean, I'm more than happy to remind the new board when they come on after, if we want to schedule it, other that, or this board can direct put a work session on our tickler to bring back. That will certainly keep a placeholder. Okay. The managers just indicated to you.
I'll put it on the tickler and make sure we capture it. I also want to make sure we capture what was just said. Georgie commented on Randy's comment about we need to direct staff to do that. I want to make sure we understand what that is.
He asked me if I was okay with that, with his direction a moment ago. Otherwise, I'm just simply saying, what are we doing? We're setting up, I like the idea of tabling it to a date certain, or at least setting up a work session on a date certain in the future, so that at least it crosses the new board's radar and they can make a decision. They have every right to decide not to do those things, but to put it on their schedule. And then, you know, if they would choose, they could even choose to take it back off the schedule if they didn't want to do it when time comes in. But I think it's a tickler for them that this is unfinished work that we're leaving on their table, like lots of things we're working on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we capture that. I wasn't quite sure what George meant when he said that. So
I think when we go beyond this, it's simply just, and I think and the reason we're doing it is because we'd like to have that interaction with the public that was around when that happened, so they can bring that perspective to the table and be engaged in the conversation in more than that's the reason we're doing it, so that they understand that in more than a 3-minute comment. I recommend, for example, someone like Commissioner Sorensen, who was there and has that historical background, can form an interactive conversation.
So, yes, I'll summarize once again what I think the direction is. And board, tell me if you think I'm wrong. Move the process forward with these edits. Staff spend a little bit of time with Joanne. Add the road SOP to the resolution and add to the list of historic resources, anything that might be missing. Look into the ability of our building codes, road design manuals, anything else that might help us prevent the blockage of these roads that may be public, or that the public uses.
Right.
And bring this to a work session, should we say, just in the second quarter? Those are 6 items. I've got them in writing. I just read what I have in writing. I can email it to you.
During the what you said, during the what, the last
The
part?
second quarter.
Second quarter of the year.
Yeah.
Whenever that's not up to, that's fine.
How about no later than?
Yeah.
No later than the end of the second quarter.
As though we have that authority.
Feels good though.
that's good.
Okay. In that case, I'm not hearing any motions. I'll ask if anybody cares to make a motion. I'm not hearing any motions.
Number
We're gonna-
3.
We're gonna move on in the agenda. Item 3, consideration of acceptance of the Clear Creek County Dumont Lawson Downeyville sub-area plan with Amy Saxton, Garrett McAllister.
Well,
There we go.
setting up, Mr. Chair, could we, have we got an approximate time, and Peter, have we notified the members of they're going to be in our exec session later on the PPSLs of a time? Have we?
Brian has had some communication and I just haven't sent the link yet.
I traded emails with Steve, told him we're around 1 o'clock, and I think Amy did the same thing with Becky, although
Okay, so
based on where we're at in this agenda, though, it might be.
and is Cindy available too?
I believe Cindy's available. That's-
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure something was rolling on that because I hadn't seen anything.
Although Becky's power is out. Sure, she was gonna be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, we could be there by 11:30. Right?
What's that?
We could probably be there by 11:30.
I think it's having to take a 2-hour break for 1:30.
Does that feel like a reasonable prediction?
30-12, something like. Because I don't think what's here is, I was thinking we were gonna have a longer meeting today, but I don't think what's here is that onerous.
Of course, it would be on the day that I brought lunch. Okay.
That you're prepared.
I need to go refill my coffee, but Amy, the floor is yours.
And let me just say first that I already ate both of those pieces of confection, and if you could make 200,000 or 300,000 more of those. The problem is I may be buzzed for the rest of the day.
No problem. There's a lot of fat in there too, so hopefully that'll.
Oh,
Temper the
great.
buzz.
So that'll help me with my New Year's resolution. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. First of all, so I need to start the presentation with a bit of an apology because Garrett and I prepared this memo focused mostly on informing the commissioners about the process that led up to the sub-area plan, and we did not provide an overview of the plan itself, which is the substance of what's being considered today. So what we do have this morning is a PowerPoint share to review the memo. They'll include that in the packet, and so that's what I am apologizing for. I'm in the meeting, so if you make me yes, thank you, Megan.
Yep.
We can share this slide deck and use that to review the sub-area plan and just go over that with you. So you guys know Garrett McAllister. He is our new planning manager. Garrett came in just as we had completed most of the public process and was just instrumental in helping us prepare this document, make sure it was well-written and as tight and clear as it could possibly be. So that is what you are considering today. We do want to talk a little bit about the background and things that happened, and that is what the memo goes over. But with no further ado, we will use the PowerPoint that we prepared that to facilitate the conversation. And again, our apologies for not including that in your packet.
I just gotta accept panelists.
Let me get that.
I can re-ask.
Yeah,
Perfect.
sorry, I might have missed it.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
Messed it up.
There we go. I see it.
Where is it?
Amy, you didn't shoot us that PowerPoint in advance, did you?
No, I did not.
I knew I should have brought my glasses.
I can shoot it to you.
It's a little easier to follow on my screen. I mean, I can see okay. It's just, I don't need them a lot, but it's just that one thing sitting in a room that points, especially if any of the print small.
If you join the Zoom, you can see it on your screen too.
That's also true.
Let's see.
I like being able to scroll it. So,
Oh, I see.
that way I can not be paying attention while they're. That's a bad habit, is looking, going 3 pages ahead and then asking a question out of sequence as well. I do that a lot. Or, well, tomorrow I can say I used to do that a lot.
There you go.
All right.
I just asked her to.
Okay. So, the Dumont Lawson Downeyville sub-area plan. There we go. Okay, so sub-area plan, this sub-area plan is a subset of the master plan of our community master plan. And one of the main reasons we did this was it came from the challenges that we are experiencing in making decisions about this area. One of those decisions, as you probably recall, was related to the lawsuit, was the LDS Church. Gosh, that phrase was escaping my brain. I apologize. The LDS Church and the Greenway, those were two sort of strategic decisions that this board was presented with that were difficult to make, it felt like there wasn't a framework or a set of concepts to make decisions from. And that was one of the reasons why this plan there was an interest in going forward with this plan. We applied for and received funding from the Henderson Mine. They awarded us $60,000. Another $20,000 roughly was provided by ARPA funds, and that covered what was basically $80,000 that paid for this project. And the idea was to create this long-range guiding document that would be available to help us make good decisions, help you as a board make good decisions about this area. We had robust community engagement. That was a key point of this plan. And that included several key activities. We had 3 phases of the plan. We had some project launch meetings. We formed that was a concentrated group of community members. It's open to the public. Anybody could be on the steering. People moved in and out of that group at different times. And we also had a series of public meetings, and we had 2 community surveys that were pretty well participated in. We had good participation in those meetings. With those surveys and initial public meetings, 4 key topics were identified. Housing was one, and one of the key parts of that topic was the need for quality, affordable housing, and that those affordable and quality housing projects, if developed, would be focused on the community needs, the community's economic profile and conditions, and that was one of the key topics. Water was another issue. We could not really have a conversation about any topic without water being an issue. One of the main reasons was that everybody in this community is served by wells. That creates insecurity in some ways. That's a unique circumstance to have all these wells densely concentrated. And so that was a huge concern from everybody. How would development impact my well if I live there? And then transportation, both safety of pedestrians in particular, transportation infrastructure, mobility, the condition of roads, that was a major issue. And then the 4th topic that was identified was community voice. And that is an umbrella topic that we use to cover aesthetics and representation and how the community was recognized and how the community was able to have agency in the greater community of Clear Creek County. From those key topics and over the course of these public meetings, those topics were distilled into goals and action plans. And so we distilled that need for quality housing for the community into a plan to create affordable housing and protections. For water, there's not much we can do really on wells, but what we were able to identify as action plans were mostly around providing sustainable management and assistance for well owners and resources. If you think about how a public water utility helps people provide access to that's in a public system, what analogs are there for well owners, and what can the county provide for well owners that sort of are analogous to what you would have if a public utility existed. And then around transportation, we really recognize the need to identify what are the key safety enhancements that we can strive for. What are the priorities in that area, and how can we find the opportunities to get funds? How do we create a ladder and a set of priorities around those? On community voice, we looked at what are the governance opportunities? What are the priorities there? How can we create resources in that area and really help this community have an identity and that are focused on this community? So we identified the key topics, we identified some goals and action plans related to that. And then in the sub-area plan, we have also created a variety of implementation strategies that are informed by those goals and action plans. Each one of those goals and action plans has implementation strategies that are further refining those goals and action plans. And those can be broken into short-term strategies, things that we could assign implementation windows of, maybe like 3 to 6 months, kind of, or 6 to 12 months. I don't really know what the windows are, but short term, longer term, and then things that really require future study. Some examples of some of the things that are short-term actions are providing clearinghouses, online resources, web pages that are focused on the particular piece of information that we're looking at. A lot of information exists like on wells and resources and how people can find that information. That is dispersed on different state websites and other public places. How can we gather that and make that, we can gather that and put that in a concentrated location? What else can we do to provide information for well owners? How about putting an information packet together? We identified the opportunity to increase enforcement and management of STRs, which was a concern that we heard quite a bit from this community. And then we looked at how can we address some of the concerns people had about the condition of Highway 308. We have some ideas for what can be implemented to address those concerns. And the short-term actions are mostly around providing resources, but there are other things we can do in short term as well. Some long-term options are look at how we can really evaluate the county's development review process and determine how to incorporate elements to that review process to make sure we are evaluating how a development impacts water. That may be limited, but we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to study that. We also are going to be looking at the water augmentation program and make sure that the conditions we are using to determine how those licenses are expanded, are we doing enough? Is there anything more we want to do to make sure those are fully representing our community priorities and values? Are there any other things we want to add? Right now, it does mention several community values are included in those considerations. Is there anything more that we might want to do? We have several zoning and policy recommendations from the Clear Path Home that support housing. Is there any of those that can be implemented with some DLD specific considerations given the concerns that they have in their community around the particular economic profiles in that area? Is that a place to pilot things? Is there something we can do there? And then we have the projects related to some of the longer term problems regarding transportation and safety in the area that might require grants or other programs that are longer term. And then again, continuing to look at reliable ways for the DLD community to receive information that is customed to them, focused on them. Some of the longer term areas are looking at, let's see, what does this say? Prioritize a study to closely examine land use and density support. So one of the things that came out of this is that, our land use map that we have in the current community master plan, we could develop a land use plan that's more focused on DLD, like a mini version of that's more updated and more micro. So it develops, what do we really want to do in that area and how do we look at it and how do we make it focused on supporting the community's interests and goals. And then we also have an opportunity probably to look at things like developing a business improvement district that might be able to provide some funding to improve the look and feel of the area and make it feel more like a place that help people recognize it as a place where people are living and not a truck stop, and make it look and feel like a community. One of the other things that we talked about there is just understanding the need for a community infrastructure plan, and that this is an area where for water and trying to understand that is also something to continue to study. So that would be very challenging. So that is a summary. That is not a complete list. There's more to all of these steps in the plan. So for the next steps, we need to have a future BOCC work session to further discuss the implementation. We would anticipate that. And we need to continue to have community involvement and get continued feedback from the community on how this is all going to play out. I think that's critical. So this It's not just sit on a shelf. And as we continue to look at future master planning efforts, future zoning changes, this plan will continue to offer information on that. I don't know, Garrett, is there anything you want to add? Okay, so
Thank you. I know the
Questions?
board has been through this a few times, but yeah, let's start with questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate your work on this. It's been a long time coming. It's been recommended for a long time, and we've seen the evidence along the way since it was recommended of why it was needed. I think, and I think I'll leave the balance of what I have to say on that because it's not a question as much as discussion, but I just want to say that right off the bat that I really appreciate it. And I'll get into the other parts of why I believe that to be true when we get into discussions.
Again, great work from Team Amy. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the work that went into this. I'd ask you to consider doing a short briefing, like 5 or 10 minutes to the community development folks at the Henderson operations. So they know that their $60,000 investment actually brought forward
Oh, yeah.
something tangible. I hear frequently that they give away money and they're never sure whatever happens. So they will, for a number of years, still be a good resource for the county. So let's try to keep them happy.
thank you.
Is there a path forward in DLD without a water district or something similar to provide potable water?
Well, yes, I mean, I think there has to be because a water district is really probably not,
Really expensive.
it's really not feasible. So I think we have to look at a path forward that doesn't include a water district. And that's where.
Does or does
That
not?
does not. I mean, a water district. In our discussion with the consultants and in the discussions, just looking at it on this plan, the problem with the water district for us is that not only do you have to pay for the infrastructure of the water system itself, but you have to pay for the water. And between buying the water rights and the water system, it's not something that the community of DLD themselves would be able to fund. And
No.
With any sort of tax district of any sort, I mean, at least we didn't sharpen our
That's okay.
pencils on that.
That's fine. Just wanted to ask.
So figuring out how to approach development in DLD without a water district is challenging, to say the least. And I think that just begs the question of how we move forward, looking at development in unincorporated Clear Creek County as a whole. And we just have, that is where the need to look to lean in and figure out how we fund our next master planning process. And that being one of the key questions, because that's directly related to economic development and where we put our, what basket we put our eggs in,
I think just one question for me. Can you describe the process the planning commission went through? Did they receive a lot of public interest, public comment, written or in the meeting, or?
They received limited public comment from one person who also public commented today.
It's a part of the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my only question. So let's do some dialogue. What do we think about this plan?
Well, if I can just finish my comments from before, I think I will, because I just want to give some context to this. There's been an oft repeated version of how we got where we are that says that we've studied this area and studied it and studied it and studied it to death, and we never do anything. And it's about time we built this one thing that we've been asked to build for years. And I want to try to put, from my perspective, my recollection, without going and digging back into the minutes and notes, but I think it's pretty accurate. There was stuff that preceded the 2016 county master plan that was done, but among the things that was done was a recommendation that DLD. So that master plan looked at DLD. So it was, at that time, there was an element of just superficial study that looked at the area and said, well, there's a lot of stuff to consider here, but that deserves its own sub-area plan in order to be specific enough to make a difference. So in 2016, it was recommended that we do a sub-area plan. And then since that time, immediately cropping up during that time and since, during that time, the Greenway discussions were already underway about what the path would be. And the path of the Greenway had a couple of different options that were tossed out, one of them north side, one of them south side. The one that made the most sense from a Greenway perspective, from a user perspective, was the south side version. And so that was the one that was, that they went to work on and the engineers brought to us. And so whenever we have projects like that, it's very responsible and appropriate for us to go out to the surrounding neighborhood and ask them what they think of the project, just like a rezoning or anything else. If it's going to change their lives, potentially, you want to know. And so there was project-specific outreach meetings and sometimes a questionnaire or something about that project. And it was met with a lot of opposition. And so the engineers went back to the board and went to work on it again. The Blue Ridge project came up in late 2016, early 2017 for an OHV project, which would have included using the Latter-day Saints Church for a place to rent OHVs, have camping facilities and all kinds of stuff. And of course, that was met with quite a bit of opposition and from both sides within the county government, and also very high opposition from pretty much unanimously from the DLD area. And so that was not done. Following that, we had two more passes at the Greenway in which we looked again at the south side because they brought the plans back for the south side. They were objected to, so they designed a north side solution, and the county commissioners went out and staff on a field trip with residents of Dumont to look at that. Again, it was project specific, not a study of the area, but just questions about this project and can we build it? We didn't really get support for that side, north or south side solutions. But what they did state at that time, and that's the first time I heard it, was we need pedestrian access because of the injuries and fatalities that are happening there. I've never seen exactly what the data is for those injuries and fatalities. I think it's actually pretty low, but nonetheless, it's important that we do get that done. And I remember at that time, even though I was a serious Greenway supporter, saying, well, it's obvious that what we have to do here first is I believe in the Greenway and I believe in bringing it through here, but we're not ready for it yet. And we can't do it before we create safe pedestrian access. So that's first, and that comes next. Then we've had a project for habitat for housing, and concurrent with that were some other people that were brought in by one of our commissioners. I think Sean brought it up to look at some other housing options for the LDS church area. And so we had a couple of different proposals shown then. And then we had also the opportunity was brought to us almost at the tail end of that for daycare facilities in that place. Virtually every one of those, we went out on every one of those cases. We went out to the local public and asked them what they thought. And in each case, there were reasons why they didn't like it. And so it wasn't done. In the one case of daycare, I think it was more mixed. All of the others were pretty well shot down by the local public there. So I think it's really important that they indicated to us. And I think then at that time, we knew that it was time to do this DLD plan. Along the way, during that time, right in the middle of that is when COVID happened and we had our hands full. And like a lot of things, we didn't get a lot done. It was hard to work on that when we were working on what was happening with healthcare in the community. And so we have finally gotten to the stage where we've done this DLD sub-area plan. I'm very glad that we got here before I got out the door and that we've got this thing. We can pass it on my last meeting. And I hope that it is able to continue to have the engagement of the DLD community so that we can execute the priorities that are put down here. Among those, of course, being that pedestrian access, which is not an inexpensive thing to do. There's a lot that goes into it, but I realize that it's been a long haul and you've been here for a lot of that, Amy. So that's why I was saying I want to appreciate what you had done to try to help get us through that slog to this place, because you've been involved in the Greenway even before you came to the county. And so it's a big deal. I just want to counter the idea that we've been studying them to death with study after study for years. and without coming back with results. We finally were able to get to the study after floating several trial balloons past the area and having every one of them shot down. It's time to, and not without good reason. I'm not insulting the people of DLD at all. It just showed that we needed to get this plan, as was recommended.
Thank you. Yeah, I will just make a quick comment on that as well. I think that the people, the participants in this project, many were expecting this project to be specifically about the LDS church or the Greenway or daycare.
Mhm.
And the project was not specifically about that. It was about understanding the community priorities and needs and being able to look more generally at the conditions of the community, understanding what are the existing conditions, what are the market conditions, how do we really analyze the census and the data and the demographics, and what does that tell us, so that the next time a question comes up, it can be answered.
So that we can know that any of those projects or something similar to them or any future project, we can be pre-informed by how they might fit into that landscape.
Right, and to inform the next set of decisions that the BOCC needs to make.
All right, that's all I needed to say.
Well, I'd like to move that we approve resolution 2025-12, approving the DLD plan.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and subject that motion to discussion. There's comments as well. I think this has been a very helpful process, to help clarify the issues and needs of the community, understand the diversity of perspectives within the community. It's nice to have some clear action steps. And I think those action steps will, one of the things that came out of that is that there's not a unified vision for the future of Dumont. There are a lot of needs that people want to have addressed and should. And we should strive to continue to try to build the kind of government that has the capacity to meet those needs. And several of those steps are stepping stones on the way. I am concerned about the capacity of staff to take steps at a rate that will be viewed by the public as something other than putting this on the shelf. I think it's going to be important for the board to be focused on this. I think one of the things that I was most excited about coming out of that was just the concept of having staff spend time convening some kind of task force or advisory board or something, just to continue to kind of mold these things. I think that's a really solid recommendation coming out of that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's all I have to say. I'm grateful to those who participated. I understand that those who didn't probably had jobs and things to do, or maybe they were lacking in trust that the county would try to do something with this. So I look forward to us trying to do something with this, and I'll leave it at that. Well, one final comment. A good number of these recommendations are arising from just the experience of living in an unincorporated area. I think they're applicable to a lot of other areas in the county. And so, this process has potential to benefit people living on wells and in unincorporated areas all over the county. One example is that if you move here, you receive some information about, hey, you live on a well. You may have never lived on a well before. Here's some information, right? If you maintain your well, it is less likely to run dry, et cetera. So with those comments, I mean, that's all that I have to say on this. That's all.
Until you hear somebody else say something.
Before you take a vote on the motion that's pending, may I offer a friendly amendment to the motion?
Please, yes. How would you like
So
to see this motion?
The motion should be to accept the finding of the planning commission, which adopted the sub-area plan rather than approve or adopt. It's actually the planning commission that had the hearing and conducted it and adopted it, and the board's statutory responsibility is to accept.
Thank
Should
you.
we accept that?
So moved.
Second to that friendly amendment as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I wanted to add one last piece of the discussion, but I can say it afterwards. I really responded to that, what you said about the, we have limited staff. And it's imperative, first of all, we can't possibly accomplish anything in that area without the continued engagement of the residents. And that's been made evident by all those other projects I just cited. We've got to have them in the room at the outset. And so as this moves forward, to have the germination point of future projects, have them in the room from the beginning, they can most appropriately done by the formation of some kind of, and it can be like a county supervised or attended or engaged thing. But in the absence of them incorporating, to have them have some kind of a task force committee or something to see how this thing evolves over time would be great. So that a lot of the horsepower and bandwidth is provided by the people themselves that live in the area, taking responsibility for their own future too.
Thank you. Thank you all. The next thing we have on the agenda is resolution of acknowledgement of county positions. I would love to have a bio break.
Sure.
So we'll reconvene at 10:10, discuss the appointment resolution.
This going out of business, going out of office is almost
All right.
It looks
you're
like they're
on.
connected again.
Thank you.
Hey. We are back. Next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution 25-02, a resolution of acknowledgement and appointment of certain county positions. I'm gonna open it with just a little bit of context for the public. You're gonna see this resolution show up twice in the next two meetings because many of these appointments, the new board will want to make. It involves commissioner appointments. Peter, I'll let you describe why we're gonna do this today and in 2 weeks.
Sure. The reason that the board is being presented this today is because statutorily, at the first regular meeting of the year, the board is required to make appointments to the appointment list for which it's responsible. This doesn't change because we have a new board that will be sworn in and present at the next meeting. So we're taking care of the statutory responsibility here, understanding we're going to bring it back for the new board to then make new appointments as needed. Some of them will be needed, some of them won't, depending on the appointments.
I just wanted to say that looking at it, there's only one change I would make on it. On the top there, you've got the I-70 coalition. I think you need to leave me on that line. I'd like to edit it for that, and then you can change that in 2 weeks. And the reason is there's a meeting in 2 days on Thursday. And I'm still the vice chair of the organization, and they'll be doing officer replacement at that time. And I'm also representing and possibly doing a presentation of some a little bit of traffic data volume stuff for them. And so I want to be the person who's supposed to be, I want to actually have a legal basis for being at the meeting on that day. So if we can just put that in, and you can either change the end date to say, January the 12th or something like that, and another line or TBD or, something like that. I'd appreciate it. And just leave me on for 2 more days. That's all right.
It's fine from a legal perspective.
Okay.
That's the board decision.
Yeah, I support it. Let's just maybe go through this list, and I've got some comments and.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just a couple things for you that we've added to this that have not been here before. If you see on that page 1, we added the 3 nominations that you have with the Fire Authority Board for the new IGA. That's new. And I think as I look at this now, the actual board appointments above that word where George's name is, that says alternate, we need to eliminate that alternate. That's an equal position. We should just not appointed. I think that's in terms of items being new. We added the resiliency committee, and then everything else has been here before.
okay, thank you.
Oh.
When is that?
The Henderson,
Report
the one
memorandum.
that you had suggested we add. Page 2.
Thank you. So let's see here, Randy, I agree with you. Let's add you back as the representative to the I-70 Coalition Board. Scrolling through the list. I want to ask staff, can you remind me, it's the CCI Health and Human Services Committee. Last year, did we name our DHS director the primary and us as the alternate, or did we do it the other way around?
I could pull it up pretty really fast. I know we did submit her name. I just don't remember who was alternate.
My sense is that if there's a commissioner and a member of staff in the room, the commissioner might want to vote.
Yeah.
So we might want to invert those.
I'm looking, there it is. If I can open it. So this was. It just says she's our proxy, so it doesn't say one is greater than the other. Oh, that appointment list of um. It says her and then we are the alternates, so I can change it and say commissioners and then proxy. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Okay.
The next thing I'm seeing here, we've listed all commissioners at CCI. This is maybe just to ask for some feedback from you two. Before CCAT existed and before we were members of CC4CA, we were members of just CCI. And so we just sort of named all commissioners. I'm toying with the idea of naming a specific commissioner and an alternate. Because we have organizations we're members to, that could be, pretty simple way to divide
Yeah.
those duties. Just curious to hear thoughts on that.
I like the way we had done it previously, and the reason is those organizations all have a way to deal with having multiple commissioners from one jurisdiction in the room to achieve consensus. And I think two things. I think that policies that are taken to all of those organizations should be commonly held, or at least by majority held by the board, without just having it brought to a meeting by one of the commissioners once in a while. And second, and I mean, designating who's a person that actually votes in the room, but I just think that there's a way in which, for example, two commissioners who happen to show up for CCI and have a disagreement can split a vote, as opposed to giving one person the authority to make policy for where we stand on this legislation or that action. So to me, it feels, I like the openness of having all of us be able to be there. That said, I know from a functional standpoint, the way it worked was George and I happened to end up in leadership of enough of that stuff that we didn't have enough bandwidth to go around. I was glad to hand off, as an example, I knew that George was chair over at CC4CA while I was being chair at CCAT. It's not that George didn't come to CCAT, but he didn't have to if he was busy with other stuff. So it just depends on how much bandwidth we've got and how much leadership we take in those organizations too. I just want to throw that out as I kind of missed, and I didn't spend as much time attending CCI in the last couple of years post-COVID. But I liked being in the room with my fellow commissioner at CCI. I thought it was a good learning experience for us and a good way to come together collaboratively and learn about state issues and legislation. And, anyway, just throw that out there. So but I'm going out the door. And again, I'm not reaching out of the grave. It's just you ask for input and that's
Yeah,
it,
nice
based on
question.
experience.
Thank you. So the next thing on the list, I think we probably need to identify a chair today. The new board could
I saw that.
change that. I would ask for your support.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Said I think we need to identify a chair today. They can change it in 2 weeks if they want to, but I would ask for your support. Chair today.
Have mine.
Sure. I think you make a great chair. That's one that's just, that's the reaching beyond the grave thing that I kind of like.
It's only for 2 weeks.
They're gonna, I mean,
So you're not in the grave yet.
Huh?
You're not in the grave yet.
it's the same thing as the I-70 coalition, right? We need somebody to keep the seat warm.
Yeah, I got it. Good with it. I'm good with it.
Brian, I noted the fire authority thing too.
Got one more to highlight for you when you're ready.
Go ahead.
So on page 2, not highlighted, the DRCOG Transportation Advisory Committee. Fred Rolandhagen has served on that in the past. Amy and I have met with DRCOG, as well as Gilpin County has met with DRCOG. That is a joint appointment between us and Gilpin. Typically have been a staff member. We've agreed with Gilpin that would be Amy, if the board concurs with that. In other words, that it would be a Clear Creek appointment for the next year. It's one that we would probably start flipping back and forth, so it's not one county taking the burden. And then related to that, at the very bottom, the small area forecast working group. That is related to the transportation budget, Dr. Cog, it's studying population data as it impacts transportation demand. If we're gonna appoint Amy to the TAC, it would make sense to have her name there also.
I can live with that. Other thoughts?
Was that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn this over and stop. Was that, you were talking about Dr. Cog, is that correct?
Transportation Advisory Committee, it was someone on Gilpin's staff last year.
Oh, yeah.
Gilpin has agreed that it should switch back and
Rotate.
forth.
Yeah, Amy.
So they're
Right.
suggesting Amy.
Yeah, for sure.
That puts her as the most appointed staff member, I think. Just want to share that. Her name's in a lot of places.
Let's bring that up and talk about next steps. One of the things that we can accomplish here today is talk about what this can look like in 2 weeks when it comes in terms of formatting, et cetera.
Yeah,
I have some thoughts and I'll get to them. So Dr. Cog board, Randy, I think we should put your name in there. I don't think we should leave it vacant unless you want to just let me as the alternate.
the only reason I asked on the I-70 Coalition is that there's a meeting coming up and I'll be gone before the next Dr. Cog. So I'm fine with vacant in that case, because there isn't any need for a representative until if you're going to appoint, in 2 weeks, there's plenty of time to, well, let me think.
21st is your next regular meeting.
So we'd be looking at the 21st.
I mean, my preference is to not have a vacancy, so I would either
Yeah,
put your name in or put my name in.
either way.
And
Who do
I
you have in
don't-
there right now? You're the alternate. I know that already. So you already have the ability to go as the alternate if I'm no longer there and my seat's vacant. But
Right.
we can change it. And I put George in there for now. And that could change out to one of the other commissioners as you guys figure out who's working on what.
Yeah, if they still meet on that same third Wednesday, then we would need you in there. Because the
What's
other,
the date?
the 15th,
Yeah, but I'll be out of office at that time. I mean, I guess
or put George's name in there.
that's, if you're looking at George saying that, you know.
Yeah.
So you should have a name in for the 15th.
Because then we don't meet until the 21st with the new board. And if you want to have representation there.
Okay. We want to list an alternate. Just leave it vacant. The community partnership panel. I suggested that we try to use this document to track some, I wouldn't call them assignments more than appointments, right? The community partnership panel is like, all are welcome, but the board can choose to assign and divide tasks and do so in a way that, makes sense, like that is, it's written. So that's why I suggested that this get in here. For right now, I suggest we write all commissioners. This is kind of a formatting comment. I see that this is currently currently organized in a alphabetically. And I think it might be better if it was organized thematically. Right, you've got all these organized thematically. You've got all these transportation related appointments. You've got, public health related appointments. You've got I just think that organizing it thematically might make a little bit more sense. And then I think one of those themes, then we can have a section for sort of assignments. Where we have collaborations that we participate in, and we might want to identify a commissioner so that that commissioner knows there's responsible. The CPP is one of these things where Randy, when it was you and Sean and I, we would just sort of text and say who's gonna go and try to have someone cover it. I think it'd be a lot more functional if we just said, okay, we know there's a commissioner that's gonna be there, that's gonna be building long-term relationships, that's, so kind of a little bit rambly there, but that's my ask of how this might be reformatted before it's presented in 2 weeks.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that? Is that a bad idea? Okay.
I think either way works, so.
The other thing I'd like to ask for is that we add some like short descriptions of what these organizations are. I know that's kind of a project because there's like 50, but there's some stuff in here that this is my sixth or I guess this is my seventh time doing this, but I still go, what is this? And it would be nice for the public, for commissioners, to just have that description in there.
Okay.
That could be a comment section or on the right-hand side of the page or a second page or another sheet, something. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be like
Yeah.
a sheet that lives on the side of it. So you're not trying to mess with this table.
Mhm.
Something just so that we've got a description. And some of that stuff is going to come up here in a second.
Question for you on that page, as long as you're there. I-70 task force, does that exist?
Not functional.
Does
It
that
hasn't
have,
existed in a long time.
so it should come off?
I would take it off for now. There's no, the I-70 task force has not met since I've been a commissioner. Yeah, and what it was is once we adopted the structure of CSS and all the stuff that we're doing today, it was kind of a gathering place for the entire Clear Creek community and the different governments and organizations and interested people in the community to get together and try to save ourselves from what was going on at the time. We have a structure in place to do that now, quasi-governmental structures like these different organizations. We've all got representatives to them. So we don't come together other than the closest thing we've got to that now is our transportation team here at the county, where we bring a few people and some consultants together to talk about how do we strategize as a county, but beyond that, it doesn't exist.
Okay. We've got the collaborative effort. They're not meeting. And so we're gonna leave that vacant or.
There's not another meeting. There's going to be I had to look back, I'd have to look back my email or my calendar to see, there's going to be a monthly update, which is simply where the two chairs, and we're not one of those two chairs now, actually, so it doesn't matter. I mean, they've still been including me because of historical background and knowledge, but it's David Krutzinger and Greg Hall from Vail, Greg Krutzinger from Denver, or David Krutzinger from Denver, and then Abby Modafferi's keeping me on the line just so I'm part of the conversation to inform it right now, but that wouldn't go forward with the new commissioner. They'd be represented. That's just where the chairs, that's setting agendas, is all it is. So that's the only meeting that even comes up, and I'm not sure if it's before or after the 21st, but it's irrelevant.
Then we'll leave that one as is. JCMH board, and then a meeting between now and 25th.
Yeah, I've got to look back and see because I've just been looking at it in context of when I'm out. So.
I mean, I guess we could leave it vacant and it's not attend the meeting. Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise you'd be assigning yourself to everything.
Yeah.
It's not gonna feel right. It's not gonna feel right when the others walk in.
Thank you. So same thing with no-go places. You're fine with that being vacant?
I think that's fine.
Okay, the LEPC is an example of something. I don't know what that is. We don't need to describe now, but
It's a emergency management, Department of Homeland Security type group. They actually do have grant funding. I think Clarice is all over that, so.
Okay.
But I'll add a description for you.
Can I bust in for a second in the report, CPP?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the next meeting is the 26th of February in Idaho Springs. Whoever you pick should know that it's coming quickly. That's all.
Beth, can we ask you to send or Brian?
I didn't hear that. Sorry. I was talking to.
That's okay. I told
My
him
fault.
so
I
he
was
could
talking
tell
to
you.
Peter.
He was announcing this next CPP meeting.
It is the,
26th of February in Idaho Springs.
can we ask staff to just get that on the calendars of the incoming board members, so it's on the calendars?
Mhm.
Can-
Someone might want to reach out to Hannah Wolf at the Henderson Operations and give her the email addresses for your new
Mhm.
board members.
I can do that.
Okay. Moving forward, is that an appointment to sweeps board? Amy, this is a question for you. Sweep is listed as an appointment. Are we appointing you to the sweep? Can we do that?
No,
Okay.
it's a committee that I sit on,
Like alive, right?
like Alive.
Actually, is that the, what's the acronym stand for?
Southwest.
Southwest Energy Efficiency Program?
No,
Oh, it's something else.
it's,
Environmental, one's environmental and one's wildlife.
Right.
yeah.
Oh,
Well, sweep is environmental.
They're both environmental committees of, basically of the CSS process that are identified in the ROD.
Well,
Alive is water
Oh, yeah.
and wildlife. The other way around.
do you know what the sweep acronym stands for in words?
I do not.
He used to have.
I just want to make sure that we're not accidentally talking about the same thing.
They're both definitely, one is wildlife and one is water. Alive is a land. I'm sorry, I don't remember. But one is wildlife and one is water.
Well, in the
Pretty
description,
sure sweep is wildlife.
not alive.
Yeah,
The reason that we're both asking is because there's another sweep. It's a big environmental organization. It has lots of ideas about what county governments, authorities, county governments should have with respect to land use.
and more than that, it kind of does a lot of the same stuff CC4CA does in promoting energy efficiency, but they're also environmental at large. And I just want to make sure we weren't accidentally.
no, this is definitely not that. Sweep and Alive on this list are both subcommittees of they're both CSS teams as identified in the record of decision in the PEIS.
A landscape level inventory of valued ecosystems. Alive is the traditional wildlife movement.
Alive is wildlife, yeah.
Migration routes.
Yep.
And what does sweep stand for?
Sweep is. Oh.
That one is water, then.
Let's just say it.
It doesn't say it on their website, but it's related to water. It's on the CDOT website.
Yep. Sometimes I spell it out and sometimes I don't.
I can find it.
Yeah, I can spell, stream and wetland ecological
Okay.
enhancement
Yeah, it's
program.
Okay. Got it. I just wanted,
I'll spell
I
it.
believe you. I just wanted to confirm it, trust but verify,
Yeah.
I get wrong about those things all the time.
May or may not have been at odds with the big sweep. Um,
Thank you.
Got it.
so thank you, Amy. Randy, you have my support for vice chair.
Huh?
You have my support for vice chair,
Of,
the Board of County Commissioners.
oh, yeah, sure. I'll stay as vice chair next year.
Well, just for 2 weeks. None of this other stuff is changing.
Oh, you mean like a right truck or something?
Yeah, we've got the Juvenile Community Review Board on here. Yes, that could happen any day. I have one comment on looking through the Juvenile Community Review Board. One of our appointees, Cecilia Dee Waldron, I just happen to know no longer lives in the county, so she does not meet the within 1 mile of facility requirement. She needs to be
Okay.
removed.
Got it.
I also just want to point out that I have only interviewed one person
Mhm.
to be appointed to this board, and that was Janine Mariani.
Mhm.
I see that we're getting ready to appoint Thomas Meyer. If the school district wants him, I assume we wouldn't countermand that. But I don't think it's anything for this board to do. We might want to highlight to them that this is an area where we really haven't implemented our policy of interviewing people before we appoint them. And it might be nice to, I don't know, ask them what they've been up to, how things are going.
Okay.
Maybe ask their chair to come and talk to us or something.
Yep.
I
I think at a prayer meeting, we talked about only interviewing Janine, and we said something like, if you can have an application on file for them, for some of these other people, that would make us really happy. So that's what I've been working on, is getting applications from all these people. And for those new ones like Thomas Meyer and Sunshine Vincent, if you want me to call them and ask them for an interview, I can do that. Or you let me know, I'll have it.
I don't want to, I don't want to direct anything at this point. I just want to point out, I mean, like, we've got Isaac Lucas. The alternate is Nate Busick. I think he's new to that seat. I know he's new to this community since I was elected. We never interviewed him. So, I think when we said we wanted to interview people for the JCRB, the 12 people, a lot of them were like, hey, I've been here for 10 years. Are you sure you want to interview me? And I think my answer is yes. I don't know exactly, like, I don't want to make that board be unseated while we do it.
Okay,
But basically, I just want to highlight this because this is kind of a ball of wax that we're gonna have to figure out this year
okay,
if we want to have a policy of being active in these appointments.
okay.
And I know I do. So I am happy to make these appointments and just want to note that we have some work to do here.
Okay. I'll share your comments with them.
You've got some vacancies right now that need to be dealt with potentially, and maybe some changes.
So now the question is,
That.
we're through this.
Mhm.
The question is, Peter, are you satisfied? Do we need to go through and in a motion document all the changes that we just, or can we just say as modified?
As modified, staff has made notes of them.
Can we go through those now, still to make sure we've got them all?
Sure.
Here.
Start at the top, go
Yes.
down
I'm
sequentially.
just pulling up that one that we asked about really quick.
I was asking about the Community Services Block Grant Committee. On page 2 at the top.
Looking at the resolution right now. We had this grant, it's what remodeled the Resource Center in Idaho Springs. And
In other words, maybe it's not needed.
well, resolution 09-50 is creating the Clear Creek County CSBG tripartite board.
Oh, yeah, I meant that.
And.
Sent Sarah an email.
Let's see, the tripartite board shall be composed of 1/3 elected officials, 1/3 low-income individuals, and 1/3 business, industry, or labor.
Sounds like we need to do a little bit of research before we bring this back.
I think so. That's something to look into.
Yeah. All
And
right,
I did email Sarah asking her about it.
Oh, okay, so
let's track this. So,
leave it vacant.
So do you want to go through in order?
yes.
Okay.
So on page 1, we're leaving in as the I-70 Coalition.
Yeah.
Board. George as chair. Those are the only changes on page 1.
Oh, I had that one. And,
Oh, which one?
changing
Oh,
it.
we're modifying the Health and Human Services Committee to having a commissioner at the top.
Yep.
Sarah as the alternate. Anything else on page 1?
Taking away alternate and the fire authority board. And spelling out alive and organizing thematically.
Yeah, that's, we
Okay.
should make sure we got all the assignments right.
Okay,
On the, yeah, you've got, well, I don't know, your page, I think your page breaks are different than mine.
Page 2, George is becoming the lead on Dr. Cog. Amy is the lead on Dr. Cog Transportation Advisory Committee. All commissioners on Freeport, McNamara, and doing the apprenticeship panel. Eliminating the I-70 task force. Amy's name on small area forecast working group.
Yep.
Good.
Randy Wheelock, Vice Chair.
Yep,
mm-hmm,
yep. And we're moving Cecilia D.D. Waldron.
mm-hmm.
Those are the changes in terms of appointments. Coming up.
Oh, yeah, because it starts on 1/1.
Okay, so then that's the list of changes. I'd welcome a motion.
I move that we approve this appointment list as modified during discussion. For 2025.
Do I hear a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item number 5, let me apologize. Let me open this with apologizing to Brian and Carolyn. I sent him an email last night saying, hey, I'm gonna pull this off the consent agenda and I want you guys, this needs to be discussed. And I was misreading the agenda. My apologies to both of you for the next 3 minutes. First, we have consideration of resolution number 25-08. A resolution to adopt the comp plan guidelines for the 2024 comp plan for all county employees, including those of county elected officials, and to rescind resolution number 21-120. Brian, I believe I'm giving the floor to you.
Yes, sir. And if it works for the board, I'd like to address both items 5 and 6 with my comments. They're closely aligned and one follows the other, so. So as the chair stated, resolution 2508 asked the board to consider the new compensation plan guidelines and rescinding the previous version that was adopted in 2020. The purpose of the guidelines is to ensure the ongoing maintenance of the job classification and compensation program. They document our compensation philosophy with the goal of being competitive in order to attract and attain the best and brightest and high-performing employees here working for the county. The guidelines also serve as an outline for how we implement the actual compensation plan, which is the next item on your agenda, resolution 2509, number 6, and so that follows. So the comp plan guidelines outline the county's policies for maintaining fair and a transparent salary structure, ensuring pay equity, conducting performance-based and market-driven compensation adjustments. The guidelines you're being asked to consider today are quite similar to what was adopted by a previous board in December of 2020. So they outline the county's methodology, including identifying a salary range structure that's 100% of the survey market. In other words, we're trying to match our analysis that we're identifying within the market itself. In addition, the guidelines outline the step plan process in our sheriff's office. They identify the requirement of performance reviews. They include the board's goal of providing a yearly cost of living adjustment to our employees when we can afford that adjustment. They address our salary postings for position recruitments, how starting rates of pay are calculated, and they provide a process for full-time, part-time status change, position reclassification. So some of those are some of the major aspects that are found within the guidelines themselves. So again, there are not a large number of changes, but the substantive changes include highlighting the recent work week changes that we've just implemented in the county with respect to addressing our financial situation. I'll say more about that here in a moment. There's further clarification on the step increase process in the sheriff's office, making sure that everyone understands that we're processing a step increase on the anniversary date of the individual employees. And then the other major change is a clarification in terms of new higher starting rates of pay, and that they're calculated based on experience, skills, what the market is bearing today. I think the existing language, and at least interpreted by many of our hiring managers, that they could only start someone to the bottom of the range. And we have to have the ability to take into account experience, et cetera. So clarification there. The second item, and item number 6, which is resolution 2509, which is the actual compensation plan. The plan identifies the county's pay structure and it places specific positions in specific ranges, in specific pay ranges. So those ranges were developed based on an analysis performed by Carol Ann and her HR team. The last analysis was performed in 2022. And when we conducted that analysis, we pulled data from 7 survey jurisdictions that we received concurrence from the board on using. And those were jurisdictions where we were competing for potential employees, jurisdictions where we're actually losing employees too. In 2024, we made the conscious decision to change our approach to how we're conducting this analysis. And so per the recommendation that we provided to the board in the fall, so for the 24 analysis, we used pay factors from PayScale, which is a software system that provides benchmarking data that's more tailored, we think, to the county's specific labor market. And so Carol Ann met with all of our department heads to kind of go through comparators, the positions, the job descriptions, as we're conducting the analysis of pay within the market. So as the board is very much aware at this point, that identified some pretty major changes to our pay structure. It did show us that we were not being competitive in our market. However, fully funding that created the $4 million deficit that we had discussed together as staff and the board with respect to the proposed budget and the impact on it, again, creating that $4 million deficit. So the compensation plan that we're bringing to you today, item number 6, only includes the changes that were funded in the FY 2025 adopted budget. So again, the positions, the dollar values that you approve within the budget in December. So as I mentioned earlier, the county has changed its official work week hours because we were unable to fund the full cost of this compensation analysis. So all non-public safety employees whose operations could accommodate it were moved to a 4-day, 8-hour schedule. And that went into effect last week, January 2nd. So we're in technically week 2 of that change in work hours. So just as a reminder, the hourly rates for all employees impacted by that change were modified to ensure they're making the same amount of money that they were in 2024, plus the 3% increase that the board approved within the adopted budget.
So they've reduced, and this is why we've had discussions about this before, and thank you for establishing that clarity. They did receive a raise, an hourly raise, which left them at the same salary for a reduced number of hours.
That's correct.
And that was in lieu of giving them an overall salary raise, which we couldn't afford at this time without busting the budget. So we gave them hours instead of money.
We modified their hourly rates of pay to ensure that even though they're working 8 hours less, then we're making the same amount of money as they were in 24.
Right. And the reason I asked that is I've had a few comments from public directly about that question, calling me up and stuff, trying to say, help me wrap my head around this. And that's how I've been describing it.
They've received a 3% raise based on what they were making in 24, despite the fact they're working 8 hours less. And to be clear, that was not done to save money. That's not saving us money, right? That's a reflection of the fact that we recognize we're not competitive in the market. We can't fund that compensation analysis to the tune that we want to, right? That demonstrates that we're paying competitively in the market. So
It's addressing turnover.
and exactly, it's addressing that 38% turnover that we have.
And I think it's important to note that we didn't want to bust the financial bubble, but we did need to do something to maintain our marketability of those jobs. And it potentially includes a reduction in services because of that, because fewer hours means less time spent on it. But it's a way to keep the wheels moving. I would say that one thing is that since for those types of jobs, we've mostly gone to a 4-day work week, it involves being open 4 8s instead of 4 10s. So the basic availability to the public on a calendar basis is the same. And it's almost all there based on an hourly basis as well. It's more like we're back to a normal workday was previously, but we're providing it 4 days a week, which we were already at.
Yeah, we're open 1.5 hours less.
Right. And I'm not saying there's not an impact to the public in terms of the amount of work that gets processed in a day or the amount of availability that they have to come interact with staff. But I think it's the best thing we could do at the time to get through where we are.
So just to recap, resolution 2508 asks you adopt a new set of compensation guidance that inform resolution 2509 that is asking you about the actual compensation plan. So I want to stop there unless Caroline, if you have anything you want to add before we turn it back to the board.
Questions? I want to ask, I've been viewing the 32-hour work week as a temporary solution. I know that's not like, we're not gonna write a resolution that says that, but I just want to like check the feel of other people. My sense, just from having kind of grown up expecting a 40-hour work week, is that this is not a long-term solution. Carolyn, help me understand, what kind of impacts do you think this has on the marketability of these jobs, on retention, recruitment over the long run? Just kind of what's your philosophy on this?
I mean, obviously, the long-term plan here is to reduce turnover. It's to get control of our operations, to be able to provide the service to the public that they've come to expect. And that's harder to do at 32 hours than 40. So the long-term plan isn't to stay at 32. It's to get back to where we can provide the level of service that our community expects and deserves. However, we've got to tie that to our responsibility of our budget and what we have with the resources that we have to spend. So I think that the marketability of these jobs, they're probably going to be a little bit more appealing simply because people have, for the jobs that it applies to, they're going to be working less for the same amount of pay. However, I think that that's probably not something that we can count on forever because the transition is going to be difficult when we go back to 40 because people are going to be used to working a 32-hour work week for that level of pay. So we would adjust that by doing another compensation plan and or another compensation analysis and using that as an opportunity to, when we have the budget, when we have the ability to do so, to pay people at market and return to a 40-hour work week.
I think that it's kind of like you can think about those hours as transferable and being able to be managed in a lot of different ways. You know, you can state that we can find the money to take people back to a 40-hour work week, and that might be the right thing to do. And it depends on how soon we do that and when we find that money to be able to do that. You can also, when you find that money, if you were adapting to a different kind of employment scenario, you could, and depending on how people have responded to a 32-hour work week, you might find that if you're there for a while, those people might get used to a 32-hour work week and find something to do with that other time and not be unhappy with it. It depends on how they adapt overall. You could end up with more people instead of more hours per person. A lot of the world, I'll just state, has gone to trying to get to a workload that is less of a grind as long as they can make a living wage. And in this country, we've not gone there yet, but there are transformations taking place as a result of COVID and virtual work and a lot of things that are changing that idea of the marketability of units of time that people have and how they value their time. So as time goes forward, it's hard to know what kind of a world we're going to adapt to. And that's the same thoughts that I think you were alluding to when you asked the question have been going through my head about what we're going to be adapting to as we go forward and how we can best do this. And we may even be able to have if you start thinking about it, being able to be variable in different ways, we may have a more flexible kind of arrangement for how people can work based on what they do want and how they're able to provide value to us. And that's another way to make the jobs marketable. You know, what are the amount of hours that you want to work to do this job and how can we make that fit? And I realize there's management complexity when you do that, but you know, we already do it on a small scale, have people working at different hourly loads. So.
Thank you, Brian. I saw that you would.
Yeah, I just want to address your question about the permanency of this change, and I guess it's been my belief that this is temporary, that at some point we have to return these hours back. I think we owe it to the public to return these hours back to them, right? In terms of the amount of time we're available, in terms of the services that we deliver. And I think we, as an organization, need to ensure that our staff, that our organization understands that as well, right? That we want to return these hours. Talking about potential revenue opportunities that might be available to us in the future. If those kinds of opportunities become real, we're able to implement them and then actually fund that, the actual compensation study, then yeah, we need to return these hours back to the public in terms of our service delivery.
Yeah, my point was only that there are different ways you can return those hours back to the public.
Yeah.
That's all. It doesn't have to mean that the public is dissatisfied because that person doesn't work as many hours as the public believes, or we believe that person needs to work, that we're able to have a flexible management plan that allows people to design a life that is attractive to them.
And it strikes me that an element of this, we're talking about not the frontline jobs, the jobs that support those jobs. And it's akin to me of deciding you can't afford an oil change for an extra month, right? Those jobs are crucial to the long run functioning of this organization. I think we should have our eyes on as an organization, how those positions are able to meet their workload, the consequences of having less time available to do these crucial background, and that background is not derogatory. It's these are crucial services, right? Making sure that checks are written on time, that audits are performed well, that people are getting reviews. We were just talking about reviews. All of this stuff is really, really important to the long-term functioning of the organization. And so I want to ask staff to keep your eye on that and keep the board abreast of sort of what we're learning as we move forward. We may see productivity gains as people work less just by our productivity gains, right? Happier people are more productive. People that work less are happier, right? But that's all sort of theory. So I just want to ask staff to keep their eye on that. I mean, these roles, you can't function without them. And we're deciding that we're going to try for a while. And it's going, if it doesn't have some kind of an impact,
I think there's a fine line there, especially with our non-exempt staff, right? I'm not so sure the expectation can be that we're going to accomplish the same amount of work, right, in 8 hours less. And so we have to be cognizant of that. Our supervisors have to be cognizant of that in terms of how they're working with their employees who are getting that work done. So it means those things are going to, I think, take longer. But your comment about productivity gains based on a happier employee working 8 hours less, that's a theory at this point. It'll be interesting to see if that comes to fruition or not.
Yeah, I don't think we know how that'll work. In the end, we may be getting them as much as we can get out of the person's hours, but it's just whether you think about hours as opposed to think about days and how many hours in a day. Just think about the aggregate of hours and how we can get there.
And central to my sort of management leadership philosophy is that you can earn about 50% of a person's effort by giving them a job description and a paycheck. The rest of it is dependent on those factors that are difficult to have present, right? Do you know the impact you're having on other people's lives when you walk in the door? Do you feel good about how your team treats you? Like those things. And if this organization is getting 100% of the effort of everybody on its staff, it's head and shoulders the best organization in the world, and I'm not quite ready to claim that.
Well, it starts with our hiring process, right? Are we within the process of hiring? Are we finding the right folks who come through the door raring to go and wanted to do great work, as opposed to come through the door and we have to motivate them to do great work? Because if it's the latter, then our hiring processes aren't working. And I'm not suggesting at all that they're not, right? But that's the difference in how we hire, right? Are we picking the right folks who come through the door and want to accomplish great things working in the public sector?
Anything else that you're going to have your eyes on as you watch this play out?
Turnover. Is this impacting our turnover? Because that's clearly having an impact, right, on the work that we're doing. Morale of the organization. I think there's a subset who are wondering what's next. Why did we move to 4/8? What's the next shoe that's going to drop?
Right.
Right. And I think from our perspective, hopefully there are no more shoes that are gonna drop, but I think that concern is probably out there. So how do we as an organization internally address that to ensure that the confidence of our staff that things are gonna continue? Those are things that immediately come to mind. I don't know if you have any.
I just think that this is an opportunity that we've already started addressing at the leadership table about improving our communication and our transparency with staff about the data behind the decisions that we're making, why we're making the decisions that we're making, addressing confusion and questions that come up. Because as you mentioned, getting calls from the public about 32-hour thing, people are very confused. It was very confusing around the leadership table too. It took quite a bit of conversation for us to grasp fully what we were talking about and how we can communicate that to staff. So it must be really confusing for the people that didn't talk about this ad nauseum for months, So
Yeah. I'm
we're,
sorry.
no, we're planning on having quarterly, all employee meetings. I hope that's okay to say that, we are using this as an opportunity to get in front of staff more, to be more, open about what decisions we're making and what's coming down, in the future that we're planning for, and how that impacts our staff, and get feedback. We're gonna set up feedback boxes in all of our locations and address those quarterly. So we're really keeping our thumb on the pulse of the experience of the employee and how this is impacting them.
Yeah, when you're used to one environment, another environment that's foreign to you can give you anxiety.
Mhm.
And we're used to things that we think of as normal. And I would point out that when we had 5 8-hour days, an 8-hour day was fine, and the public was fine with that. When we have 4 10-hour days, 4 days was fine, and the public can get used to that. So we kind of get married to that number of 40 is the amount of time that a person should work. And if we can figure out how to pay people a living wage and they want to work 4 8s, there's nothing wrong with that. You can even have a scenario within which you can have some people working 4 8s and some 4 10s if you want to be open 10 hours on a 4-day week to give the public better access and more hours available to them, and accomplish everyone's goals. Accomplish the goals for the people that want to work a certain amount of time for a certain amount of money, and have a whole other level of flexibility. But what's foreign is for people to be able to think about that, because we've grown up in a world, or we've grown up in a country or whatever, a system in which we think this is normal. You can take a building that has a certain number of windows in it that somebody grows up in. If you put them inside a building that has more windows in it, they feel exposed to the outdoors. I mean, they're just in a place that's foreign to them, and it takes a while to get used to it. And so I think in large part, I've had these same reactions to this. Oh my God, we're going to 4 8s. What's next? And it's like, oh, you mean like a lot of the world already went to?
Mhm.
Like what? Let's just, brave new world, and we can chill out and figure out how to make it work for everybody in a better way, I think. And this can actually we can capitalize on this and be a better organization because of having faced this challenge and figured that part out.
Just another couple things I think need to be mentioned. One is some gratitude to the elected offices that run counters. The treasurer's office, the assessor's office, and the clerk's office. They have figured out how to overlap their schedules, so they're not reducing their open time by the same proportion, right?
They're closing at 4. 7:30 to 4, so they're open an hour and a half less.
And prior to the 4-day shift, they were open 8 to 4.
Prior to 4 days, they were open 8 to 5.
8 to 5.
At 4 days, they were open 7:30 to 5:30. So now they're open 7:30 to 4. So they're open an hour and a half less.
Okay, so they're not doing overlapping scheduling.
I know they take lunches at different times. Maybe that's what you're thinking of, so they can keep the counter open.
Well, I'm glad I asked. I should have framed that as a question, because I know it was something that was being considered.
It was.
And it's maybe it's something that we can ask them to continue to consider.
I mean, at least 2 of those offices could struggle to do that just based on the number of staff they have.
That's fair.
And who specializes in what?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that conversation is done. Nonetheless, thank them, just like everybody else on the team, for embracing this. I also I want to highlight the division directors and the county attorney, county manager, deputy county manager. You all are not receiving a change in your pay, and you are not receiving a change in your hours or your expectations. I just want to acknowledge that. The fact that you're still here today, to me indicates your commitment to this work. And I want to thank you, and I want everybody to know that you guys are still on the team. In particular, we've been through several rounds of doing wage studies to figure out whether or not we're competitive. The county manager and the county attorney, neither of whom have received anything beyond the COLA increase since they were hired. The contracts that we just approved for them show that their current compensation is below the range that we've identified. So I, in particular, want to thank you two, but really the entire leadership team, for staying on the ship, knowing what the importance of your jobs, all those things, right? And just a lot of gratitude to you all for being on this team. And that's, I think, all from me.
You have anything else, Randy?
No. Welcome on motion.
I move that we rescind resolution 20-120 and approve resolution 25-08 to adopt plan guidelines for the 2024 comp plan for all county employees, including those of county elected officials.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 6, resolution 5, resolution 25-08, to adopt comp plan guidelines. We've kind of discussed both of these in conjunction. because-
That's what I just did.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Item number 6. So we just finished item 6. We're going to item 5, consideration of approval of resolution 25-08.
We did, we just.
I swear I read 5.
We just.
Said 2408.
2508, so now.
We just passed 25-08, so now we're moving.
Yeah, awaits the guidelines. That's what you just passed.
Okay, so now we're moving to number 6, which we sort of discussed in conjunction with number 5. We are considering approval of resolution 25-09, a resolution to adjust the comp plan. Any further comment on this one?
Nope.
None.
Okay,
So I move we pass 25-09. Resolution to adopt the comp plan.
And to rescind.
What's that?
Could you include rescinding the other resolution as well?
Oh, yeah, sorry, and to rescind resolution 22-55. Sorry about that.
I second that.
motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 7, last action section of the day. Thank you, Caroline. Consideration of approval of the 2025 Clear Creek County organizational chart. We have Brian Bossart here. We have Colton here. Colton, because you're mentioned in this, I'd love for you to participate in this conversation if you could join us.
Thank you. You do have an updated copy in front of you that's different from what was actually in the packet. The differences are the inclusion at the bottom left-hand corner of the boards and commission. They were not on the one in the packet. And then secondly, we included the Clear Creek Housing Authority, which you serve as the board of directors on, in your actual Board of County Commissioners box in the top right-hand corner of the org chart. We've actually never included that on an org chart in the past, and we should have been. So those are the two changes. Actually, there's one more. And then Public Works at the bottom. This is my fault. I eliminated it from the last one. Noxious weeds, statutory required program. It's not a body in there, but that's an actual program or contract. So those are the changes from what was actually in the packet itself.
Could you go back to that second one you mentioned that was the board that you had under the Board of County Commissioners? What was that again?
You look in the Board of County Commissioners box, it says CCHA, Clear Creek Housing Authority.
Right.
You serve as the board of directors. That's actually never been on your org chart in the past, or at least the past several. And that needed to be there. So,
Oh, on the old Clear Creek Housing Authority. Okay.
yes, yes.
Got
Thank
it.
you. I didn't catch
Not the
that.
MJ.
Yes, the existing one that is specific to the county. So those are the three changes from what was in the actual packet. In addition, so when we brought this to you April, maybe, I don't remember for sure when it was, and adopted the existing org chart, we had a new deputy county manager position that was yet to be hired, that not Colton is now sitting in. And that showed, according to the deputy county manager, public and environmental health, the public works division, and strategic and community planning. And that was done before we did the recruitment, before we hired Colton, et cetera. And since Colton has been on board, we've been having further discussions about what makes the most sense in terms of the areas that report to him. But quite frankly, I think one of the main reason that I've made this change is the priority I think that we need to be giving to our development process, to specifically to economic development. And I think that's where your county manager needs to be spending a lot of my time, we'll put it that way, in terms of the importance that has overall for the organization, for our financial situation, et cetera. So that is the main reason that I've swapped these boxes around in terms of what's reporting directly to me versus what is reporting to deputy county manager. Now, from my perspective, from my viewpoint of the role of deputy county manager, it is an extension of me. So while they might be reporting to the deputy, they still report up through into the county manager in the end. So if I'm not in the room and Colton is, he is an extension of the county manager's office and an extension of the work that I'm doing in my role as county manager. So those are the main changes. The information technology stack that's there, that includes emergency medical services. That combined with the stack that's under mine, finance, human resources, communications. If you recall, those are all, I guess, technically departments that report into the county manager's office, and that was all one stack. We've split that stack. So I guess that's another change from the previous org chart. I think that's it.
Okay, questions?
What do you think about this?
I completely agree with Ryan's statements that this is, given what's happened over this last budget cycle and where we think we need to go over the near term and midterm as far as our priorities, dedicating more of Brian's time to particularly strategic community planning and public works as our kind of the two drivers of economic development. Where I can take some of just the general management off of his plate for the rest of equally as important to the functioning of the county, but more indirectly involved in that economic development piece. I think that's going to free up his time to be able to focus on that, to help the board focus on that as our kind of overarching structural issue. And then obviously with me and the county manager office in general, including Megan and Beth, working with Brian on those issues as well. I think this is a more strategic look at where our priorities need to be.
One more thing is it removes 5 direct reports that right now I'm meeting with them on a regular basis. So which goes back to the reason we created the deputy position to begin with, in terms of lessening that span of control and creating a little bit more time in my life in terms of some of the focus of where those focus areas should be. So.
Okay. I made the mistake in 2019 of approving an organizational chart that the leadership team hadn't commented on. Has the leadership team seen this?
They have.
Yeah, they support it.
Yes.
Other questions?
No. I had a couple thoughts here just based on my own concept of what it was, but I think, but that, I don't know that they hold any water, and I think that the most important thing is that both the county manager and deputy county manager and the other folks are, meaning by having socialized it through the leadership team, that, if you guys are all fine with it, then I have no desire again to reach from the grave of a county commissioner meeting of county commissionerhood, or to presuppose how you folks think you should organize yourselves. So it'd be an extreme case of micromanagement to say otherwise. Because nothing in it jumps out at me, you know. Right off the bat.
Any other questions?
No,
I would welcome a motion.
So I move that we approve the 2025 Clear Creek County Organizational Chart as presented to us on paper in this meeting.
I'd like to second that, please.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next thing, item on the agenda is a work session to discuss public safety financing. Prior to that, I'm gonna ask for a bio break. We will reconvene at 11:25 to discuss public safety financing.
Sign.
Again, these are connected again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We are back from quick bio break. This is the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Next on the agenda is a work session to discuss public safety financing. A little bit of background. We've had standing work sessions to discuss the fire authority organizational review. We had a lot of success with that last year. We're now focused on, that group is now focused on how to find sustainable funding for the fire authority. This board, of course, is responsible for several other emergency services that are facing the same, I'll say, to not be competitive, the same financial challenges. And that's why we're calling this public safety financing, because we've got a sheriff's office and an EMS department to think about as well. Probably missing somebody.
Emergency management? I don't know.
So this is going to be a standing work session just to discuss our progress here. It might make sense for us to review the next steps that we identified in the interjurisdictional group that has been discussing the fire authority. Is it a reasonable place to start?
I believe so.
Yep. Okay.
It's in our minutes from the last meeting.
I have got
December
it
13th.
sitting, we sent them just a little while ago here. Yeah. Okay, nope, that's. So we talked about asking Bill Ray to make sure that the statistics reflecting the opinions of unincorporated folks are accurate. It seemed like maybe he was counting folks, for example, 80452 has, I don't know, an extra 1,000 or more people in it that don't actually live in Idaho Springs. So we had asked him to just take a look at that. Have we heard anything from that?
Not yet, no.
We might want to just give him a gentle nudge.
Yeah.
We talked about, I guess I need to offer some more context here. We've been talking about the fire authority survey identified a sales tax option and a property tax option. To pursue the sales tax option, we need to begin a conversation with Evergreen Fire Rescue about how they would view a sales tax. One of the options is that they receive a share back of the sales tax that are collected there. There are other options that might get a little more complicated in terms of ballot language, where that extra revenue results in extra services for that part of the county coming from the sheriff's office or something. So I don't know. We didn't identify a person to do that. In my head, I kind of put it on my to-do list. Maybe a good question, Brian, is that a conversation you'd like to join, or is that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll have, either you or Colton or both join that conversation. We committed to the group that we were going to sort of flesh out our emergency response needs, be able to articulate sort of our budget challenges and funding needs. This to me, something that's not explicitly in here is we need to get the sheriff involved. Maybe we need to invite the sheriff to start attending these meetings and maybe find some time to brief him on this process and where we are. We talked about a little bit of public information work. We asked to in open-ended responses to the fire survey, there are a lot of assertions made and questions asked that are good fodder for us to develop some kind of a frequently asked questions document, some, clarifications. And so I think, just to clarify, the staff is aware of that task and we're good on that. We talked about moving forward with developing a survey on county emergency services needs. Brian, where are we on that?
I've talked with Bill Ray. He has given me a quote for what that would cost. In his mind, he was not concerned about follow-up to the last survey. So it's, working on it over the next month, getting the narrative set. So a similar survey to what we did with respect to the fire authority. So a narrative, it gives an understanding of the challenges that we have with respect to our financing. And then getting the survey out sometime in February is what we're talking about.
Okay. Those are, I think, kind of the county tasks. There are two other ones here. Figuring out how to maybe this time collaboratively fund some of this work. The county paid for the fire survey. And whatever we come up with, whether it's a fire only ballot measure, a combined ballot measure, whatever we come up with is, we're gonna require another survey, gonna require continued meetings. So I think that sounds to me more like an agenda item at our next interjurisdictional meeting. Just to ask, are we gonna try to pass around the hat to the municipalities? And
Are you speaking with respect to the survey cost?
well, I know the next survey we're doing is about county emergency services.
Right.
So we should take care of that. Are there any other? I imagine. Well, yeah. Are there any other costs that we anticipate?
I mean, we incurred the cost of facilitator, which I think we've said we're not going to continue that, at least at this point, and the county paid for all of that. County paid for the entire survey also that we conducted with respect to the fire authority. No additional direct expense comes to mind at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, we pay for all the
Refreshment.
refreshments.
Several of our partners brought several cookies.
I was just thinking with my fingernail for a minute.
Okay.
That's all. It wasn't that, it wasn't a signal.
And then we talked about the need to kind of lay out the critical path. And if we start from a ballot measure passing in November, sort of what are the timelines and the steps that need to be taken? Maybe Peter, can we ask you to build the skeleton of that, which would be the statutory deadlines and have that prepared for this interjurisdictional meeting? Sure. Thank you. Those are all the notes on next steps, so that's a good way to start. I will share with you all a recent update. Sorry. Fire Authority Board has since met. We discussed the survey results and the sales tax and the property tax option and the potential for a sales tax measure that tries to fund sort of the whole emergency response team rather than just fire. That was met with some mixed response on the Fire Authority Board. Fire Authority Board, rightfully so, is very focused on the fire authority. And there was some concern that increasing the amount of the ask and adding the sheriff's office and EMS to the entities funded would make it harder to pass. And some desire to look at sort of funding fire only. I've been very clear that as a commissioner, and I think as a board, we've been clear that we have to focus on the whole emergency response team. Nonetheless, that pushback exists, and there's also some pushback from municipalities about the sales tax rate. So that caused me to ask for a meeting with the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, to discuss, to really flesh out what does a property tax for fire only option look like. It's got its own complications. The municipalities have increased their contributions to 9 mills. To do mills only would go above that. So we'd have to have a conversation with municipalities about how far they want to go if we're going property taxes. This isn't like a solid position I have, but I think if we're going to put a sales tax measure for emergency services on the ballot, it should include the whole team. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that. And there's two reasons. One is the level of responsibility we have for the overall. And the second one is, even if you only care about fire, you got to think about what your odds are at the ballot box in different kinds of landscapes. The two things that I think voters are most understanding of, and supportive of are emergency services across the board, law enforcement, ambulance, and fire on the one hand, and road and bridge on the other. Those are the two things that seem to resonate with people's personal interests the most. And if you take if you come up with if you potentially come up with a scenario in which you have 2 or 3 different ballot issues, just the number of times you say, will you tax? Yes, you can tax me. Yes, will you please tax me? Yes, will you please tax me? Over and over. You don't, your odds of getting them all passed is pretty low. And you get some people that just say, heck with it and check all 3 no, because it's just too much to ask for. But if you combine them all into one, my general feeling is if you combine them all into one measure and it's all related to that public safety aspect, yeah, there's a risk they may not go because it's larger. It may be worse than the risk that you face when you put too many of them on the ballot. And so you'd have to be asking those other 2 to stand down, and they're independent entities. And if you end up with a few different law enforcement agencies and they all feel like they need to do something, and you could end up with a very cluttered ballot at the end of the day, unless you get collaboration and everybody says, okay, all of us will say no and give it up for another year while fire goes out and does it. And I just have to be open that I don't know that the fire authorities or the fire, just whatever, that emergency response for fires odds go up of being approved at the ballot box by going it alone. Because they may fall into a very highly competitive landscape. And you brought that up at the beginning of the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Other comments about steps we should be taking? I will share one. I think this organization needs to accomplish next year is, and I think we can definitely at least start it in-house and see how far we get and see if we need assistance out of house, is we really need to do a deep dive on staffing levels and how they've changed over time. I know we know like the top line number that in 2007, we had roughly 190 FTEs. No, yeah, something like that. No. Yeah, then by 2015, we had about 30 more. And now we're back down to where we were in 2007. What we don't know is sort of, I'll give an example. We have a trails crew that didn't exist in 2005. So what we don't know is how that's changed and where it's changed. And I think that that's kind of an important thing to land on. And so I think, I don't know that staff needs direction on that, because I know that like I have that data because staff didn't need the direction to get us that data in the first hand.
Marlon, could you just wait for just a moment? I just got a notification that there's no sound on Zoom link, so
What's up?
we're just double checking.
I mean, the mics are on. Really don't have a way to check without leaving the room.
I'm on Zoom. I'll take myself off mute and see if I hear a back.
I heard myself talking when you.
Yeah, I thought I did too.
So.
Yeah, let's just see if you get some.
There is a gentleman raising his hand. Maybe he can tell us.
Okay,
Let me see.
yeah,
Sure you want to do
Are
that?
you okay with that?
I don't know.
yeah,
He just raised it, so that's why.
it's,
I don't know. I can see if I recognize anybody. Is Nanette? Oh wait, Chris is.
yeah, Nanette is the one who indicated there's no sound.
I'm gonna say.
Chris just texted me from the paper saying you're good on audio.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for all that. Just
Okay.
wanted to.
No, I'd rather you do that than us not have sound, so thank you.
Thanks.
So I want to highlight that as an important thing. What else needs to be discussed in this work session?
Eventually, one needs to determine how much money is needed and over what period of time. Now, there needs to be a model that's gonna, there should be rather, a model that informs people making decisions.
Right. Either what percentage of the problem that you're solving or what period of time it will be the solution. Or
And
both
how
of
long
those.
will it last?
Yeah, right, exactly. The sustainability of the model and the durability of the model is a financial solution.
Yeah, that's a good
It
point.
might have been obvious, but I felt the need.
On our side, that can get a little complicated to tease out. Because of the trade-off between, law enforcement and public health, for example, that's all funded by the same fund. I shouldn't have used public health as a separate fund. You guys know that. Other things, I mean,
Next interjurisdictional meeting is February 10th.
okay. Again, can we make sure that's on the calendars of the new commissioners?
Yes, I just had the same thought.
I sent that out at the last
New
meeting.
commissioners.
I think I included
Okay,
them.
we'll
Yeah.
make sure.
Yeah.
But the commissioners elect, they're still commissioners elect.
Well, for another 30 minutes or a little longer.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you all for your time. I don't think there's anything else to discuss regarding
Oh,
public safety financing unless anybody else has anything else. Okay. Last item on the agenda is an executive session to receive legal advice. I'm going to move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's 1041 regulatory authority over peak period shoulder lanes within its jurisdiction and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to proposed modifications concerning TPSL operations.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. This Zoom meeting will stay open. There's nothing further on the public agenda. We will return here simply to adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for your time today. The board has concluded its executive session. No decisions were made, no written minutes were kept. There's nothing further on the agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you all.